boys.
Lolo.
Evening. Evening.
Hopefully we're gonna have a full house tonight. Which would be nice. Yeah, looks like we're just waiting on everybody else to get in here. Excuse me. That's right. I was trying to remember what happened last time, but we were trying to figure out what to do with Minigard's body. All right, now we just need Drazer
Oh,
and Baron.
you wanna know where Solo is?
Yeah, he said he'd be in here in just a minute.
Well, while those two are sleeping, what exactly is the plan?
Good question.
We are currently in tribal, so
Yes.
what do we do with the big one? We were intending to either head towards Shining or Waterdeep further down south, but if you're so adamant on putting him in this catacomb, Ralston, I see no issue in it. How
As
far
per
are we talking?
as per the tradition of his people.
He is mountainous folk. It should be within the mountains, I believe.
Does it need to be in the mountains?
Yep, you still got it.
Is it just like they want to be buried in like a maze, like underground structure? Wasn't that the gist of it?
I suppose that is what we agreed upon, yes.
Think, was it either Algalon or sorry, I forget the name, Solo's character that didn't want to do that?
I believe that one of us didn't want to interfere.
I was against burying him in an already desecrated catacomb. Personally.
I mean, well, we'd obviously have to go about reconsecrating it.
By
Or
the way, what kind of consecration were we talking about here?
Killing all the living dead shit.
Or the living dead? So, necromancy, undead, is
I think
the
there's a
issue?
pretty good mix down there. What we came across like some ghouls, right? Like some kind of ghoul creatures. There's a banshee still there.
I can tend to a banshee. That is no issue of mine.
Oh, it's a nasty banshee. I believe, yeah. I think now we're more than capable of dispatching it.
Well, that depends on how far away we are going.
A couple days to the west.
Thanks.
Yeah, at least a couple days to the west. What do we do about on this map? It's hard as we make it from SaltMarsh to Tribor in what, like 2 days essentially.
yes, I believe so.
So yeah, we could make it'd be 2.5, 3 days to the site of the catacombs. Is what at least that's what the map looks like. That's of course assuming nothing happens on the way.
Well, if that's our only option,
It's early. I mean, that's what my vote goes for. Just out of respect to Minigard, and it's also I'm really curious about what's further back in those catacombs. But again, like if Algon, if you're vehemently against it, I'm not gonna cry if we do something else.
I just don't think it is respectable to put a minotaur in an elven burial site and call it a
what?
labyrinth.
Well, what about outside of it?
the whole point was to bury him underground in a labyrinth. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah, I think
That's-
that was the gist of it.
That's his people's ways, but that I don't see that specific thing being readily available.
Outside of it, I would be okay with.
We could give him an
And if
old-fashioned
we
hero's
had,
burial.
and if we should happen to wander into the cave afterwards,
Oh, I have. I am not against clearing out the evil that is within that area.
lovely.
Okay. I mean, there's obviously something happened in this area like ages ago, right? And I'm kind of curious what that is, and perhaps some answers lie in this catacomb. Because I mean, you have to admit, we hardly scratch the surface of that place.
I
Correct.
would
Granted.
also like to just agree on something. By the way, Ivan, where are we talking?
Like right around
green.
here-ish.
Yep, there you go.
Oh, I meant like, are we outside of town?
Oh, where
Currently?
are we
Right.
talking?
Oh, you mean where are we talking literally?
Yes, where are we talking literally?
Wherever you want to be. You want to be talking.
Okay.
I am
Fucking-
on the roof of the inn, talking down to everyone standing on the ground.
Yeah, I believe you're standing underneath the
yeah.
through a
trees.
megaphone. There's a crowd. There's a crowd assembled below with torches and pitchforks.
Have they all
but-
taken sides on some agree it's
Just-
desecration, some agree it's not? Made signs.
Mother just sitting in a tree, just enjoying the conversation. I mean, to be honest, gentlemen, we are all agreeing that we are leaving Shining to their own business, then, if we are seeing the next few days further away from the coast.
Yeah, hope. I mean, we can always hope. Shiny can fend for itself, but yeah, I don't like their chances. I mean, honestly, going there and warning them, I doubt. Coming from a bunch of outsiders, I doubt is gonna change their minds as to what they're doing. So probably, I think like 85% chance going to Shining will be fruitless to begin with. Just felt the need to kind of warn them because I mean, if you look at a map of the area, they're the next logical target.
Yes, and 80 to 85% of this group they won't listen to.
Exactly. And I mean,
Which-
even the humans among us would be considered outsiders, I believe, to begin with. So
Well, that
question,
leaves the 15.
I have a question. Perhaps this is esoteric, but was this Minotaur beloved of us? Was he a good traveling
Mm.
companion?
yeah, he was a trusted companion for sure.
I
He was a good
considered
friend.
him a
Yeah,
friend,
he had
yes.
his quirks. He was a good. I don't know if good man is the right. Good minotaur, I guess.
Him and I were much of the same.
I just wonder. You know, now I don't know what magic's like on this side of the world, honestly. So you can correct me if I'm wrong, but there are certain spells that could still summon him back to this mortal coil.
And you
At
have
this
such a
point?
spell?
Yeah, at this
No,
point, this
but
would be like
we
high-level
might.
clerical.
I mean, we could eventually find somebody. There's. I mean, I don't know. It's just.
but- out of my memory, did Ruin meet
Did we
Vinegar?
decide
No.
where we're having this conversation take place?
No,
No.
I did not. I don't believe I ever met the man in life. I believe I
Ruin
joined
came
you
to
after.
town around the same time as the previous time that you came here, and Minigard appeared, I think, several days later, and then you were informed that he was in the tower of the arsenal. Several of you went to see him, but since Ruin didn't know him from he didn't. But you're definitely aware that he is a presence with this group, even though you've never actually met him.
I've heard good things.
So my reply would be, the thing is, even if we brought what was last him back, that still wasn't him. we'd have to look more like there'd be more effort that would have to go into it than just simply reviving the body because the body was not home to a soul anymore.
No,
Yes,
no, 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 no.
from
The spell I'm referring to, all you need is a piece of him, and
no,
it
Ruin.
summons.
What he means is the poor thing was not of his own mind when we last met.
Oh, so you mean
Yes.
that whatever could come back would still come back diseased of some sort?
Yes, that
I
is
see.
what we believe.
I see. I'm just saying, magic's a thing. That's all
I
I'm
would
saying.
very much want him
Yes,
back. I would definitely do it, but if he doesn't come back and we get whatever corrupted him back again, then we're still in the same situation.
I see. I wasn't aware of any such corruption, so rescinded.
plus I
And at
don't
the
think
time,
we
I didn't
have
have
the
enough,
capabilities of doing anything of that nature.
and it's unfortunate that I didn't have the same abilities that I have now. I maybe could have figured out what was wrong. If there was something on him, I could have done more.
Do not worry yourself, dear
Um,
boy.
More of a case of
uh,
his
speaking
mind and
of
spirit being
which,
broken.
when you say same abilities as you have now, what do you mean precisely?
Identify.
And why didn't you have that before?
I didn't have the components for it.
What?
I didn't have the components for it.
You
Oh,
didn't
I see.
have the pearl.
Yeah,
But
and I wasn't rich enough to attain it. So
okay, I thought you were saying something else. So this actually would be a good time to mention this. But you have been in town for a couple of days. I think one of you, if not more, probably does have the XP to level up. But it's up to you whether you want to
Ooh,
stay
shit.
here for the additional days in order to make that happen.
Oh yeah. If that's an option, yes. If I get an EXP, I don't know if I'm getting
Who
any.
who here has a level to gain right now?
I do.
Other is close.
Know
I,
how much we'd be looking at. So.
No, currently
1400.
is what they're asking.
Yeah.
There are people who
Oh,
have the XP to
currently, I
level up,
see.
and we
I
haven't spent the
see.
time to level up yet.
Ah, okay.
So
if we like if there's a couple people who are close, perhaps we should go do this first and then take downtime when
No,
we're done
if
dealing.
Baron needs to take his time to prepare, we need all of the things we need if we're taking down a banshee of all things.
Fair enough. No, I'm ready to level up too.
I mean, Baron, will this be important?
I mean, some downtime would definitely give you some time to get some research in, figure out some things that I've been wondering about.
oh, then yeah, screw that Minotaur guy.
Yeah, I mean his body's just gonna be kind of decaying.
Do they have a meat wagon that comes around? We'll just throw him on the cart. That's fine.
No,
No,
dear
they set off
boy.
the
Uh,
butcher.
I
Come on.
can take my time and tend to his body
yeah,
until
they
we
do want him gone, and they
Right.
do not have a meat wagon. So,
I can
yeah,
tend to the body for the time being if Baron so desires to stay for a while.
Um, hey, Mother, a quick question I have for you. It seems like you might know this. If somebody is corrupted, maybe would the magic linger on them after
Hmm.
life, or
Yeah,
Uh,
let me. I have a book. Let me consult my arcana.
yeah, would that be Arcana, History, Medicine,
bringing someone back.
no?
Religion, perhaps?
Not bringing someone back. I'm curious if whatever I think magic may have tainted him. Would it stay on him? And I'm consulting with Mother to see if maybe she knows. I feel Mother is wise.
Would it stay
Just
on him in what
out,
sense? He's
out of
loved.
character. Out of character. Neutralizes any poisons. Cures normal diseases.
Hmm.
Does not remove magical diseases, curses, and the like.
Well,
Death.
But
let's see. Uh, it, Ruin, go ahead and check your book on the arcane matter. Let me
yes,
Let me scour my books in the religious matter of resurrection. I'm gonna go ahead. Can I do a religion check to see if that's the case when it comes to resurrection magics, or is this more in the arcane?
That would probably be arcane, unless you have a specific religious matter to resolve.
More. I'm more focusing on the resurrection side of the more possession and more like exorcism side in comparison to using spells.
Did you ever see Minigard?
Yes, she did. She was there when he had the encounter with Algalon in the cell.
All right. Well, I guess you can go ahead and roll Arcana as well.
Can I give him
Okay.
guidance?
Although, actually, not for this, because it's not actually an active, ongoing process. It's just actually, Mother, don't roll Arcana. Roll Insight.
Insight. Okay. In regards to wisdom, Baron, not the best. That's a 1.
Ooh.
So yeah, he did strike you as being raving and violent. So that's the main impression that he made on you. And perhaps that is kind of clouding any other sense that you could gather about him as to, what exactly was wrong with him. But yeah, you didn't see what happened, so I mean, I guess as far as you know, that's just the way he was. Ruin, on the other hand. So, you do know in general that bringing people from the dead is fairly rare, well, for obvious reasons.
Yes.
It's generally, first of all, it's really expensive because of the gems involved, and that's actually one of the main reasons why the gem trade exists. So people who are of particularly high standing and who have connections with various high religious officials are the ones that usually get this treatment. But the basic treatment, i.e., raise dead, yeah, it would eliminate normal diseases. But you haven't met this guy. You don't really know what was wrong with him. I guess, given the discussions among your companions, it seems like, yeah, he was involved in a battle against some natives who were driven forward by some intelligence that was never actually seen, but seems to have had an effect on people's minds.
I'm looking through my notes here, and I do see. I have done some research on the spell that is in question, and for one thing, it should be noted that this is a rather expensive trade to ply, that of resurrection, but it would cure, for instance, if his madness was related to, say, age or ingesting some sort of poison, but if it's some magical effect, probably not.
My best guess would be it's either through some kind of torture or psychically induced madness.
Magically
best guess.
psychically induced or just psychologically?
Either it's just straight psychological through torture and imprisonment, or psychically induced, one or the other, or a combination of both.
Now,
Our friend was dead before he came out of the water.
Yes.
there,
Yeah.
Um,
In
Ivan,
answer to your, oh, go ahead. Very well.
I'm asking this as a question for myself, I guess. I would like to see if maybe if I know that if does a curse linger on a body even after it's lifeless, which is what I was asking originally. Like, would the body still have a curse on it or some magic on it that I could identify to figure out what it was,
Depending
or
on
would
the
it disperse with death?
Roll Arcana as well.
Answer to your question, Baron, I'm not entirely sure. This is the arcane in comparison. I am not a practitioner of.
So if you know what you're looking at and you know that the thing is magical, then you can identify it. But if Minigard's body is simply a dead body, then that, well, yeah, if there is a lingering effect and it is detected, then you could identify it as magical. On the other hand, yeah, the question kind of is if the lingering
Magic
effect.
left behind. Yes, that was exactly the question.
No, but the question is whether lingering effect is part of his body or if it afflicts his soul, which is not here. And that's what you're not sure of.
Yeah. I if we want to take care of Minigard's body, I would come along. I would like to see if maybe I can find something, but he should be tended to and taken care of properly.
Now,
then
I
we can-
believe the first step is actually getting a hold of Minigard. I think that should be our first step in the matter instead of simply
Yeah.
discussing it.
We have
The-
his body, right?
No,
uh,
not currently.
the only other thing to point out, and my character looks very pointedly at Algalon. The only now, to my knowledge, is that one spell that I mentioned is the only one that could do something in this case as far as spells go. But there are certain greater magical items that do have a certain history. And I'll leave it at that.
Yes, I have heard of that as well.
Just out of curiosity, wasn't that crocodile we just fought like super old and it had that stone that Algalon has? So how big is that
Interesting
magic
point.
look like?
Interesting point.
We are not putting that into Minigard.
No.
Are you saying this is mother or
I am standing on this as mother. I am not allowing that piece of
You don't have to worry.
unknown blood magics into Minigard. That is not happening.
That
no.
was never going to be an option, Mother. You have nothing to worry
Excellent.
What if we
No,
What if
At
we
least as a
can
person
alter that
holding
magic?
the thing, agreeing with me. We are not putting that into Minigard. That is extremely a bad idea.
What if we find someone that can fix that magic? I mean, there's still magic there. So what if we can use that magic to raise the dead?
That is why I have searched for it. Is to be that person. I need time to understand its workings and to know if it can truly do what they say it can do.
Were we discussing this openly?
We are currently
Certainly
right
sounds
now
like
under the tree I was sleeping in, so yes.
Right.
Oh, okay, yes. That stone can, in fact, raise him from the dead.
It can, but it won't.
It needs some sort of
It needs
attunement, I assume.
well, it needs a skilled alchemist to use it, but it can.
Right. I am not going to allow that to happen to Minigard.
I mean, assuming it is what I think it is, it could just be a regular rock, in which case, offer still stands.
you are aware of the fact that whatever it can do, it's highly unlikely that it's a regular rock because it was extracted from the center of this crocodile. Not just the center, but basically where its heart should have been. So there's definitely something strange about it.
It's a little wonky, yeah.
So, are we going to get a hold of the poor soul, or do we have any other business to attend to beforehand?
Oh, is the plan to bury him outside the catacombs then?
That should be sufficient.
Temporarily.
You're going to bury
Yeah.
him and then dig him up.
Well, if we bury him outside the catacombs, enter and clear it out, wouldn't burying him in newly consecrated catacombs be more ideal? As
It
per his
is
people's custom?
it is still an elven tomb.
Ah, gotcha. Okay. The only
Oh,
question now is, do we want to take a few days to prepare before we head out, or just head out immediately in the morning?
that is what I was hoping to hear. Yes.
A brief question. If we are going to take a bit of time to prepare, is there anything that we might be facing on the way between here and the catacombs, such as, I don't know, cold weather that I don't have clothes for,
Oof.
or
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know?
Get cold. I mean, just in
Possibly
general, get
No,
some cold
goblins.
weather.
no. I mean, I bought clothes the last time this happened. I'm saying, is there swamplands that are too deep to walk in with the shoes I currently?
Possibly
Oh,
goblins.
yeah. And from what I remember, we basically take a road almost all the way there, and then it's just kind of plains
Though they
up
will
to it.
probably ask you for your weapons.
Well, I don't carry any. I'm just an old man with a stick. You wouldn't begrudge an old man his walking stick, would you?
The goblins would, yes.
They
Yeah.
would.
I think they'd take your leg if they could.
But no thing that I'm supposed to have in my inventory that I don't know about.
To be
No,
fair,
no
I'm not
pressing
sure
needs.
what you have in your inventory, but probably not. I can't
Okay,
tell
good.
the weather that far away.
Okay.
Maybe just make sure you have a few rations just in case. You
I
got
do.
that?
I
Okay,
have some.
should be covered then. I mean, generally, I can scare up enough food for us to eat when we make camp, just in case I can't.
I could also help you with that endeavor.
Let's
Lovely.
let's be real, most of us can.
Yes. I believe we are most capable of handling the wilds. So the last question is, how are we going to transport the poor soul?
A wagon.
We have a wagon?
Get a
Yes,
wagon.
we have a wagon. It has been left here in Tribor.
Oh, excellent. Let's get this wagon, huh? I didn't know we had a wagon.
So, are we
Just
gonna?
jumps off the tree.
So, what's the consent? Do we want to leave in the morning or take a couple extra days to prepare?
I am more than happy to wait a few days. I have research to do.
I've been wanting to craft this gator skin into something too.
We
I'd
could
be okay with waiting a couple days.
make use of getting some coin for some medical supplies.
We could use the time also to get supplies for our journey. We could order it ahead. Maybe wait for it to get out here, get the car loaded up, and that would give us a couple days.
I think we're well supplied as is. I don't know what else we.
Could I perhaps borrow a little bit of currency?
How much
Just
do
in
you
case.
need?
I don't know.
Oh yeah, just as we're hanging about the town, if you need money, just come and find me.
Okay, where can I find you?
Honestly, just about either in my room at the inn or
They won't
I
let
guess
me in the hostel, so I don't know about
oh,
that.
just out and about. I'm gonna try to find a nice quiet place outside to dry out and turn this
Okay,
alligator skin into something. So I mean, I'll be here.
okay. I'll keep an eye out for at least one of you.
It's the downtime, then we head out. Finish our downtime. I don't know how many, like we need like 7 more days or something.
Around that, yeah.
Okay.
So is that the decision? Downtime?
believe so.
All right. And what's the decision regarding the body?
We're going there right after downtime.
Yeah, we're gonna chuck him in the cart and take him to those ancient catacombs we've been at.
Not exactly chuck him,
Well,
essentially. But
chuck him
Um,
respectfully.
So the ancient catacombs, as you are aware, are 2 or perhaps a little more days away. If you're
Yes.
Yes,
taking
we're
down,
here.
if you're taking downtime, then you're not taking the body, but they want the body taken, otherwise they will dispose of it themselves.
Take the body and store it in a cart outside of town. Perhaps
Yes,
keeping it cool.
I can
rot.
tend to it. Yes, I can tend to it.
All right. So you're going to take the body in a cart and you're going to store it where exactly?
Good question. Ralston, someone who at least can help me camouflage this, or at least create some foliage.
Yeah, I'll help you.
I can help as well if needed.
Excellent, excellent.
Why do we need to hide it? It's just a dead body that we're
They
taking.
want it out of the town like immediately.
I mean, yeah, but why don't we just take it out of town?
Because you're just gonna let the buzzards eat his intestines off our cart.
No, I mean we'll stay with the cart in a camp outside of town. I don't have anything to do.
It's in
I
direct
haven't gotten a
sunlight.
single.
You know,
I haven't gotten a single bit of experience since we started.
It's okay. We all learn in due time.
I'm happy to stay with the
Well,
body. I mean,
I will
Yeah, I will
join
too.
you, Ruin. However, I would like to head into town during the daytime to at least tend to these poor souls.
of course, certainly.
Uh, I'm just gonna say this off the bats. Mother every day, at the beginning of her day, will spend at least 5 lay on hands to cure any poisons or disease on Minigard. And I will
So
just expend those every day.
before
I'm
that's
not gonna.
done, when we get the body, I would like to try to identify it. Obviously,
Okay. The identify yields nothing.
Okay.
Appears
just
to
worth a
be
try.
entirely inert. It actually tells you that it's a dead Minotaur corpse, and that's pretty much it. So, given that, Mother doesn't really have to make a medicine check to know that neutralize poison or lay on hands will do absolutely nothing.
I feel the sentiment of the thing more than
Given,
that.
yeah, given the fact that this is an ex-Minotaur.
Mhm. I'm mainly using it to not allow further decay or decomposition.
There you go.
That. Well, I think
I
that
don't.
is
I don't have gentle riposte, and I would
correct.
take it if I was able to, but paladins aren't able to.
Yep. And that might be a problem. So,
Mhm.
let's have everyone roll a D100. Because that would avoid most likely having ties.
Nice even 20.
I win.
You know what we could do? Put him into a ball, and then if he fits in a 5-foot cubed area, I could put him in an ice cube.
Yeah, curiosity. If we
There you
do,
go.
if someone casts destroy water on him, will that embalm him?
It would half embalm him? Maybe
It would have.
He'd be dried.
He would be sun-dried Minotaur, yeah.
So you're saying
Jerky!
Minotaur jerky? Interesting.
Basically Minotaur jerky, yeah.
No, you can't eat vinegar. Stop it.
God.
Minotaur is basically a cow, right? So you basically are making beef jerky.
For the love
Well,
of God, we are not
Minigard
having this
was a good man.
conversation.
And it can be tasty.
Hello.
I knew him less than you, and I have more
Jesus.
respect.
Save me from these words.
You are now deaf.
Yeah.
Sweet silence.
I'll say, silence.
Just as a general,
Finally.
I would mention that clearly does not work, because if it did, then you could cast it on a living person and wreak all kinds of havoc.
I mean, have we tried?
we
Oh.
try.
Um,
Yeah, and it's not living, so a non-living person then becomes an object, right?
I mean,
That's
could you hypothetically
true.
just use it on the alligator skin to instantly, prep it? Like,
somebody
Maybe.
can conduct these experiments during downtime.
Okay.
If we put food-colored salt water on them, does that make it teriyaki jerky?
God.
Friendly reminder, the character's player is still here, guys.
You're fine.
I thought things couldn't get any worse after Drazer ate a bunch of people.
now he's trying to eat his friends.
To be fair, Create or Destroy Water says an open container, so you'd have to cut them open first, and then.
I mean, a mouth is an opening. There's also another opening on the opposite side, but we're not going to talk about that one.
Anyway,
So yeah, Baron, you are appropriately first. So, what are you doing with the remaining 7 days in town?
Okay.
And that can apply to the process of leveling up. It can apply to other things as well.
So start obviously with the identify failed.
Yeah.
I do some perusing for goods that might be useful. I'd also try maybe to see if I could assist for some spare chain, like basically earn some currency with like some easy tasks for me that might be harder of normal. Maybe help with identifying things for I don't know, whoever would identify things in town. Maybe I'd offer services, offer to save some time, try to make some money on the side.
All right. Let's
Yeah.
these one by one. So as far as personal progress goes, you do anything in particular? Like, how do you go about in game the process of acquiring new spells or whatever else you're getting?
Did not consider that I would be getting a level up anytime soon. Let's say that let me do a quick skim of something. Okay. Let's say that I would be hearing some stories, learning some new songs, practicing my instrumentry a little bit. Maybe working on fresher songs, if you will. Trying to perfect my craft.
All right. Any particular kinds of stories you're looking for?
Anything that would give me more background knowledge, understanding of the area, understanding of maybe current events, maybe any interesting findings or discoveries that would sound worth pursuing.
All right. Roll your charisma straight.
Great charisma. Wow, screw you. I just want to say the dice on roll 20 didn't even roll. It flew, it hit the top and landed. That's it. It didn't even move or rotate at all. Gee.
Yeah, it does that sometimes. So people are not generally
What?
speaking in a story mood because of what's been going on.
Well, that's where I'd be obviously playing the songs to lighten them up. Doing some performance, talking around, trying to get them to open up.
Yeah, the mood in the fort and the town around it is fairly grim. They're obviously unsure about what the future will bring. There is a great deal of fear, which even that kind of role won't conceal from you, about the fact that the wars are going to get restarted, and all of the money that people are making from trading with the natives and sending they get from them overseas and making big coin, all of that is going to go up in smoke. So, I mean, that's kind of the major current event that's going on. And I guess the other thing is that people are afraid that there's really no leadership among people who rule this particular colony, but also the colonists in general. Insofar as making any decisions and like figuring out ways to deal with this. So
I attempt to inspire them to give them some hope.
they seem like they're pretty set in their dourness. You can tell that a lot of this mood is being transferred onto the refugees who are essentially being I guess on an intellectual level, the people who are in charge here understand that they're victims and that it's not exactly their fault, but well, they're the ones that brought these news and this war, these problems and these diseases here, and they're being blamed for it, rightly or wrongly. And you also get the sense pretty quickly that the people here want you gone as soon as possible, basically for the same reason.
And there's no swaying them, no persuasion, or maybe instrumental from a musical bard could change anything of.
Yeah, I guess like when you ask around what people want to hear, it's of the most commonly played ballads and also religious music. So nothing particularly adventurous or
The things they want to hear, I try to play for them the best I could to hopefully make them feel a little bit better.
yeah, I mean that's really the only things they'll tolerate. Anything else you have a feeling that other things that they're not familiar with, or things with potentially contentious meaning might just set them off. So other than that, you said you were doing some perusing of what?
Trade market stalls, anywhere that might have products that would be useful. Anybody advertising wares, window shopping per se.
So this is a town, if you can call it such, of roughly 700 souls. It's built, aside from the walls and the arsenal itself, It's built entirely of wood. It's not really the most metropolitan of places, offering opportunities for window shopping. They sell, they have like weapons and armor for sale. They have horseshoes for sale. There's definitely, or at least has been, a lot of fur being traded here. But yeah, I mean, there's definitely nothing along the lines of a magic shop or anything where high value luxury items are on offer. So, and I mean, especially given what's going on, some places are shuttered. There doesn't seem like there's a lot of business going on right now. So, basic goods you can buy. There's a general store. Weapons you can buy, mostly armor. There are animals available for sale, but over and above that, there isn't really all that much. I mean, unless you do some heavy duty investigating and talk to people who might be from out of town, being a low profile. There are people around at the tavern who.
I think because I've already tried.
What's
Even
that?
trying to persuade them to talk didn't work either. So,
Yeah, they don't seem particularly communicative, but they do seem to show up when you're there trying to entertain them.
and I cannot persuade them into talking to me at all.
You can try to talk to them. What do you say to them?
Oh, I'm gonna go sit under a tree. Never mind.
Your mic is cutting in and out.
Nah, it's clear nobody wants to talk, so I'll just give up.
What I missed? What are we doing? Sorry.
We were going through Baron's activities. All right. You can roll your hit die.
We roll hit dice exclusively, don't we, in this campaign?
What's that?
I forgot we're rolling exclusively hit die in this campaign. My rolls as of late have been fairly unreliable.
And whatever it is that you're picking for your other level features, you can do that as well. But
Good the name.
do that as the others are doing their thing. All right, so Mother, you're outside of town with a Minotaur corpse.
Do I get to learn one spell in general?
I believe that's how it works. I think you can learn two if you forget one of the old ones. It falls into disuse.
Okay. So first night, Mother is going to go ahead and check her scriptures, look over at the ghostly figure of Euripides, give a slight nod of her head, and let him fade to the ether. Take out a small strand from her book, place it inside her holy symbol, and I will begin the incantations of gentle repose over Minigard.
You didn't have that.
I can change a long rest, and paladins have it at second level. I always thought it was first, so I never checked.
And he thought he changed spells every level up, not long rest.
Oh, I see.
So I will go ahead and take the pinch of salt, a small copper piece on the eyes. I will do the incantation and let his body rest for the time being. Um, During the daytime, I'm gonna go into Tribor and try and offer as much help as I can. Going to the doctor that I met earlier, the medical guy with the mask. I'm gonna offer my services in his stead to help him alongside some of the other villagers if they are in need of medical care. I will help them in any sort of means, as well as using gentle repose if they are needing to bury their own as well. Um, I will try my best to get coin if I can. Otherwise, I will have a general lookout for any healing potions that she may come across to give a heads up to the people who have money in the group, as well as any
Yeah,
other
we have
medical
300
supplies.
gold. I can separate it out.
I'm just checking to see how many they have before we start throwing out the cash.
Yeah, I'm saying we
'Cause
have 50. We can get. I can separate the 50, 300 gold out to 50 each.
if I can
Uh,
get a discount, we can
doesn't
get stock.
I think me and Baron are pretty flush right now? What's Baron? Did you spend your shells?
I only took the exact amount I needed for the pearl.
Oh, that's
We have a
right.
pearl.
I can borrow you some. That's right. That's right.
Yeah,
Okay.
we have a pearl. We used to have a wizard that we stole the dead body off the pearl off of.
Oh, no one told me that until I went and bought one. So
I forgot about that. Yeah, I've got 734 gold worth of shells on me.
Okay. But yes, I will speak to the doctor and try and work with him. Try and get him on our good side and try and get some of the others involved and trying to help some of these people. Apart
all right.
from that, that should be it.
So, what do you do with the body when you go into town?
She'll leave
Leaving
it
it
with
with
me.
Ruin, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll leave it with Ruin, given that he doesn't want to enter town for any reason, so I'll leave him with the body for the time being. But yeah, during I think around lunchtime, I'll come back to uh, redress any new wounds or anything that comes to mind, and then come back at nighttime. But I'll spend most of my day in Tribor helping as much as I can.
All right. Far as locating a physician, where do you look?
I'm going back to the gentleman with the mask that we had. That's the one who was checking armpits, checking temperatures.
Right. Oh, yeah,
Uh,
but yeah, he's around. He's yelling at a group of refugees and trying to keep them holed up, quarantined inside a particular building. He sees you coming.
good, sir. Good, sir. It seems that you have found yourself a little off foot. It seems you're having a little trouble there.
Uh, these people have no sense. Think
No,
they can just
hey,
wander all over town as
is
they
that
see
right?
fit.
Hmm. What seems to be the issue with these small folk?
The issue is that we've come from the north,
No,
SaltMarsh. They're carrying God knows what with them. We
if
gotta
you would
protect the local
like,
culture.
we can perhaps come to terms, and maybe I could offer a bit more of a kinder word and allow you to do your practicing while I also help you with your endeavors. Helps with the coin, helps with the town, and I have allies who could also offer your needs should you need any more medical attentions. If you have any spare potions or anything of medical sort, that would also be helpful for us. We have the coin if you have need of it.
What kind of coin are we talking about? What sort of potion
Well,
are we looking for?
we're looking for healing potions of the sorts, given that we're heading out in the next couple of days to take care of our Minotaur friend, as well as quell a certain darker presence to the far sides of the inner lands. But I believe any potions of particular good or value could be of use to us for the right amount of price. Of
Uh,
course, we're talking shells, but also proper gold coin.
well, shells are fine around here. That's not the issue.
Excellent.
The issue is I could probably brew up a potion for you, but I'm busy all day with these people.
How about this? How about I take care of your issues with the refugees, make sure that they're taken care of, well taken, tended to. Any issues that I might find, including any parasites or of the arcane or possessive nature, I will alert you immediately. In the due time, you can brew up a few potions as payment.
It's fine with me, but I'm
Oh, my job.
employed. I'm employed by people who run this town.
And I'll do my job perfectly, dear. You don't need to worry about that.
Well, I don't want to fall afoul of them because two people are going to be gone sooner
No.
rather than later.
Uh,
I'll still
how
have
how long do you need?
one of those. I could probably knock one out in a couple days.
A couple of days is all I need, good sir. I will take care of your issues in the due time. For you, pay attention to your alchemy, and I might have someone who might be interested in your alchemical wares in the future.
Roll persuasion.
I kind of hope he fumbles this. Which now that I want him to blunder it, he's not
Persuasion?
going to.
Oh, great.
Guaranteed.
Oh, 17.
He doesn't know I have an herbalism
Says
kit.
he
He's
kind of
gonna
looks
think that-
around as this conversation is transpiring, and he says, "This is my garret over there, top of that building. Anything wrong with any of those people inside, or you see officials or armed people showing up asking questions, I just went off to fetch something, and you come and get me from there. Got it?
Got it.
All right." He quickly turns around and walks away.
Okay. I will go ahead and go inside the building, check over the refugees. Um, just make sure that there's no disease, check them for the same signs that Baron showed me before, concerning the Gaius. Seeing if there's any familiar signs, and if any of them do show signs, I will guide them over to the holding areas as so fits. But those who are all clear, I will let them go free.
All right.
I will also give a heads up to Algalon about the gentleman in the tower, saying that he has a bit of expertise in alchemy.
Oh, if you needed healing potions, you could have asked me to make them. I just
Well,
needed
it's
supplies.
cheaper if we have someone else's supplies to depend upon. Also, Baron, my boy, I'll be needing your assistance throughout the Ennead. You sleeping over there? Are you okay? Can you hear me, child?
Baron may have stepped away.
Okay. He's in a deep sleep. I'll take care of him in due time. However, for notes, if he accepts, Ivan, I'll have Baron join me, and using his identify and closer to the arcane talents to also identify and help me further look after the folk here in the doctor's stead.
Right. Give me a medicine roll.
Could I perhaps get advantage with Baron's assistance?
Baron proficient in medicine.
I
Yeah,
don't
go ahead,
know.
Yeah.
I can check. I can check 1 second.
I can check too.
I would hope so.
He is
Half
not.
proficient.
Oh, jack of all trades.
Yeah. So yeah, that would be a straight roll.
Straight roll. That will be an 11.
Well, yes, as a collectivity, the people who are here don't get significantly worse. You don't seem to be exposed to the breakout of the plague, as far as you can tell.
I don't think I can be.
Yeah, that's also issue. But you are aware of the fact that Aaron doesn't have that particular feature. So
Okay.
having him get too close to these people may be deleterious to his health. They don't have the plague, but they might be carrying something else.
Um, for those who are the most infectious of the plague, given the fact that I can't be affected by disease, I'll go ahead and expend maybe another 3 of my lay on hands per day, leaving 5 points left at the end to try and at least cure one of the plague uh, holders as much as I can, and I can do that 3 times a day with the lay on hands feature. I only have 5 points left at the end of the day, so if something happens, give me a heads up, lads. But apart from that, that should be it.
All right. And that is an issue. So yeah, that physician or whatever he is will be willing to sell you a potion for the equivalent of 50 gold.
Is this just a regular potion, or is this a greater?
He says you wanted a potion of healing.
Okay. I will get 50 gold's worth of shells the day after and hand him the shells in due time. No. Return with the healing potion at the end of the day.
All right. So that is your main thing for the time being. Ending to the sick. Algalon.
All right, so I'll be outside with the cart most of the time. I did want to run a couple of experiments during this time. The first would be I have some of the roots from the Dogon cave.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to see. Actually, let me do this first. I have a whole bunch of flora that I've gathered from all different places and some of the water from the marsh itself. And I was going to do detect magic on them, all of them, to see if anything would radiate magic. And I can list off a bunch of the stuff I've kept if you want.
Sure. Never know.
Roots from the Dogon cave that was growing out of the walls. Okay. A handful of fungus from a tree around the cave outside.
Not magical either.
Okay. Nascent needles from a tree.
From which tree?
This was closer to where was it? I think it was in the open field between SaltMarsh and Tribor. I didn't write down the location of those nascent needles.
Okay. Yeah, those aren't magical either.
All right. There was some what you described as mind-altering fungi, and this was close to the. It was the woods between Icespire, south of Icespire Peak, north of Tribor Trail, just before we got to those elven ruins.
Those are mildly magical.
Okay.
And the magic they radiate is illusion.
All right. And then there was some poison glowing berries, I think from inside the cave.
Inside which cave?
Um, was it inside or was it outside? It was around the same place. It would have been around those ruins underground.
In the ones where people want to bury Minigard?
Yeah. I thought there was like a. If I remember, I might be wrong about the map. It may have been outside. But I thought there was a plant underground.
Oh, yeah. I remember that. Those are also, they do radiate mild magic, although somewhat stronger than those mushrooms.
Mm-hmm.
But the magic on them seems to be necromantic.
Makes sense. Couple vials of the murky water from around the Delta Islands, just outside SaltMarsh. It was basically right where that.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, ditto for that.
Okay, wasn't expecting that. And then I also pulled some of the dead grass snake things from that same area. You said it had psychoactive properties. Oh, and transmutation. I guess I already identified that.
Yeah.
I did find a clean, what looked like a non-mutated tree north of SaltMarsh, and I got some bark samples from that. It was in some of the murky SaltMarsh water, so I wanted to detect magic on that.
That seems not magical.
Okay. And then I would do, that's all of the plant life I have. I would try and, while I have detect magic going, I would try and do dispel magic on one of the vials of water from the Delta Islands to see if it doesn't come back or if it goes away. At third level, if that matters.
Roll an Arcana for me.
Would I be able to guidance? If not, that's fine.
No.
Okay. 10.
So you do the dispel magic, and you testing it afterwards?
I believe detect magic is 10 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, as soon as I know it's magic and I finish the list, which that was toward the bottom, I would do dispel, and I'd keep noticing to see if it comes back within that 10-minute time frame. And then if it doesn't come back the next day, I would detect magic again.
Okay. So the next day you detect magic, and you also inspect it. It looks clear. I mean, it looks like a clear vial of water.
I'm sorry, can I interrupt you real quick?
Yeah.
With that Arcana check, can I add my proficiency from my herbalism kit by chance? Since this is dealing with flora and water, I guess. No? Okay.
It is water. Well, what would your herbalism proficiency be? If you added.
Just my basic knowledge and understanding of potions, concoctions, and basic,
No.
Oh, sorry.
What's the
3,
number?
sorry.
It's a much simpler question than you thought.
Yep.
Okay. So yeah, next day the water looks clear, whereas it looked kind of murky before. You detect magic on it, and you don't detect any magic. So you are pretty certain that dispel worked, but you also realize that you probably could have gotten the same results if you cast purify.
Oh,
Food and
water,
drink.
food and drink. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. That's good to know. And then any remaining time would be to do some more studying on the stone. And then I would try and see if I could somehow channel my own nature power through the stone onto some of those dead snake-like grass things I got from the delta outside the ruins before the entrance to see if it has any effect on it.
Me another arcana, and this would not be with herbalism because
Right.
it doesn't really have much to do with it.
Better.
So you think that yeah, doing anything with local grasses or whatever is likely to be entirely ineffective. But you also do recall that you have a tome in your possession. Might actually be pretty germane to the matter at hand. You take the time to consult on it during the Ennead. What the guy is talking about is, running various sorts of not experiments, but essentially engaging in chemical processes, mostly using mercury and various sorts of alchemical salts to produce a pure liquid. He does seem to suggest that the stone itself might have this property, but he's not sure how long that would take. So, he seems to think that getting your hands on quicksilver and alchemical salts is the thing to do. A lot of this discussion occurs in the context of his musings on how to produce one of these stones. But yeah, he seems to think that immersing the stone itself in liquid that has been prepared for it would likely have various sorts of wonderful results. He doesn't talk about resurrection per se, but he does talk about longevity and the production of a better and more durable body. So some of the words he uses do seem to suggest to you that there is a relationship, although it may not be a simple one.
Okay.
So yeah, you do learn that.
All right, that was from the Alchemist Journal, right?
Well, it's a book, but it's got his gloss inside it. So I guess it's a book and a journal at the same time.
Was it called something? Sorry, I'm looking at the list of books I have.
Yeah, it was called something. Called
The Essence of Quicksilver and the Elixir, or
that is it.
okay, perfect. Yeah, I guess if I have any more time left, I would just be reading that book because now I'm thoroughly engrossed by that.
Yeah, so I mean the elixir is, I guess, the active ingredient that the stone produces.
Okay.
He seems like he's a little bit at sea as to whether the stone has power in itself, or if it does, how to access the power. He seems to think that producing the elixir by using the stone is what results.
Gotcha. Okay. So he has theories but no practice.
Pretty much. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll have that little conversation with Mother, realize that I'm not needed, go back to my books. Yeah,
Right.
that's all I got.
You do notice, and I guess Ruin and Mother notice this as well, that there has been this creature that's been coming around, especially when few of you are around. It's probably the size, maybe of a black bear, but it moves around on all fours. It's this black furry creature with a white stripe down its back. And You're pretty sure that it's attracted by the presence of a corpse. It doesn't get that close, but it definitely seems interested.
Can I determine if it would be because of the scent? Is it giving off a rotting corpse smell?
It isn't as far as you can tell, but you know about animals, and you know that animals have a much more refined sense of smell than, well, humans certainly, but even you.
All right. Oh, well, I was gonna try and make it smell better with Druidcraft, but I don't think that lasts long enough to worry about it.
Yeah. On one occasion, the thing seems spooked. You're not sure if it's by one of you or something else. It's hiding out in the woods nearby, and it runs off. And when it does, it seems to release something, which smells awful. And I mean, it's so bad that it makes your eyes sting.
Yeah, no, then I would use Druidcraft to make it smell a little bit better, hopefully.
Yeah, and actually, like the day on which that happens, you occupy a good deal of your day, yeah, using Druidcraft to try to clean up the surrounding area.
Can I use Create or Destroy Water to create tomato juice? Make
That's
a bath with.
assuming you know what tomato juice
Fair.
is. Um, you can roll nature if you want.
No, I'm good.
All right, let's move on to Drazer.
Yep, I'm done.
Are you there, Drazer? Drazer, if you're there, you're muted.
There we go. My phone doesn't want to hit the unmute button.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
I would basically, Drazer's gonna be sitting out there next to Minigar's body. Can I craft? Oh, not so much craft, I guess, kind of. I want to add the crocodile teeth I got, and somehow add them into the shield I basically kind of built off of that dragon shell that I carved a chunk out of.
Oh, right. Are you an armorer?
No, but I can pay someone. I would go somewhere to get it done.
Um, okay. So you're gonna look for an armorer in town?
Yep.
All right. Roll charisma with advantage.
Ooh, that's a line, bad. All right. Actually, it's not horrible. Let's see. 17.
So yeah, the armorer says, "Wow, wow, I didn't expect to get a request like that, but on the other hand, I have a lot of other orders coming in. So, what are those things? God, where'd you get them?"
Got off a gigantic crocodile.
Oh, yeah. Never know what you're gonna find in this country. So, what do you want me to do with them? You want me to just make a shield and set these teeth in it?
Yeah. So basically I had carved out a section of that shell, so I'll make that into a shield, and then add the teeth into pointing out from the shell. So basically, if I push it into someone, it has the teeth stabbing into them.
Yeah. Well, I think the thing to do would probably be to glue them in strategic places where would stay fastened and connected to the scales. But yeah, I could probably do that. 20 pounds?
How many?
20?
That works.
All right. So he ends up fashioning shield for you. I guess if you use it as a weapon, it does d6 piercing plus whatever.
Hypothetically, if I use it, could I use that in a grapple?
In a grapple?
Yes.
I mean, you want to use the teeth to catch someone?
Well, let's say if someone's like trying to grapple me, or I try to grapple them, they would basically run into the teeth.
I'll tell you what. If you use it in a grapple, you can have advantage on breaking out.
That works. The rest of the time, I'm just going to spend time sitting there with Midgard, drinking, and then constantly pouring liquor over his dead body, trying to feed him liquor.
All right. Actually, once you start doing that, notice that the black furry beast stops showing up.
Is it because I smell worse than it?
Really?
I don't know. Maybe it doesn't like the smell.
The beast is 5 years sober and it doesn't want to ruin that streak.
Yeah. Beast was coming trying to entice you to attend a 12-step meeting, but you guys are obviously too far gone. All right. Let's move on to Ruin.
Okay. Well, I offered to stay with the body while everybody else does all their endeavors around town.
Yeah, but it seems like you're mostly rotating in and
So,
out.
at any point, I suppose I'll use my skills as a general polymath to help anybody else with their own endeavors.
Does anyone require skills of a polymath? Anything in particular?
Well, as Mother goes into town, and comes back, I can consult with her on the buboes and what, to look out for the different various parts of anatomy and whatnot. I will be constantly trying to get a sip of Drazer's booze. Please don't pour it. Don't waste it on the butt. Okay, all right. I see. And I'll try and read over Baron's shoulder from time to time. Perhaps,
or Algalon's.
or sorry, Algalon's shoulder.
So yeah, as far as polymath knowledge, I don't know how well you're acquainted with Mother, but in general, people who are even suspected of having the plague, you don't get near them like she tells you she's doing. So
I imagine it has something to do with her unique anatomy, and
perhaps. I mean, you're certainly aware that the guy who was doing it before her is wearing one of those beak masks with spices and incense kind of inserted in the beak, which ostensibly prevents the miasma from infecting
various
you.
humors, sure.
Yeah. But she doesn't seem like she's any worse for wear. I mean, if it were you, you definitely would not want to be. You wouldn't want to touch. You wouldn't want to touch them with a
Well,
10-foot
ostensibly,
pole,
that's
literally.
why I'm trying to stay out of town.
Right.
I'm not one of such great constitution, as it were, in my age.
Yeah. I guess one thing also that you learn from reading over Algalon's shoulder, especially given all the drinking that's going on around you, is that alcohol seems to be recommended as an important ingredient in the manufacture of the elixir. Not alcohol in Drazer's sense. I mean, it's got to be absolutely pure.
Alcohol as a substrate, sure.
Yeah. But yeah, soaking the stone in pure alcohol likely will also produce great and positive impacts upon the body, killing any diseases, prolonging longevity.
The stone
Big
serving as a catalyst to make some sort of potion.
Yeah, essentially.
I see. Interesting. I will attempt to discuss it with Algalon if possible, but if my feeling is he wants to keep it to himself, I'll be as unobtrusive as possible.
Okay. Anything else that you would like to do?
I would say at this point, Algalon would be very open about talking about his research.
Okay. Other than that, in general, research and making notes and things of those along those lines, probably draw a picture of the minotaur's body to better study his anatomy, so on and so forth.
A picture or dissect?
Oh no, just drawing a picture. I'm not going to desecrate the body. And I will resummon my owl. I don't know if I mentioned I was doing that last time.
Okay. Yeah,
And
if you have the sense.
I noticed that I actually subtracted one of the components, but I can't remember if I said it out loud that I was doing that.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that you can acquire in town, and it would allow you to resummon the owl.
Ivan, would you like me to give Ruin the details in message or just give him a bit of a rundown right now when concerns to Minogar?
Up to you. Probably his message would be better now because we still have Ralston to deal with.
Gotcha. I'll send you a message, Ruin.
All right. So Ralston.
Okay. I'm gonna be leveling from 5 to 6.
Okay.
That basically just entails hit points, and I get a new favored foe and favored terrain.
All right.
I'd like it. Could
Go
I
for it.
have Sawagan as a favored foe? And since those are kind of humanoid, can I have another humanoid favored foe?
What's the one that you have now?
I've got 2 humanoids. I have goblinoids and orcs. Or I guess that would that count as humanoid, I guess, for my pick.
Yeah. Do you want to have Sahagin and what else?
Whatever the fish people too. Essentially,
Oh.
Sawagan and fish people.
That would make sense. I'll allow that.
Okay, and then my new favorite train would be Swampland.
Okay, that also makes sense.
All right, I will throw that D10 quickly. Oh, you son of a bitch. Okay.
This is where all your amazing
I know. That's what I remember.
archery rolls come home to roost.
Okay, so I went from 49 to 51. Is re-rolling ones on hit points a thing too? Like 2 is essentially the worst roll possible. You can re-roll once.
One is the worst roll possible.
Oh,
so,
you can't re-roll. Okay.
Yeah, so don't feel bad.
Okay. Feel like 10% less bad. Aside from that, not much to do. I'd like to try to cure up that alligator hide I have, and if there's enough material, make us all hats.
Hats?
Hats.
What kind of hats?
Like cowboy style hats, like with brims on them. There's
Okay.
enough material
You're a
for
monster.
Well, okay. So first of all, roll survival.
it. Okay.
All right. So yeah, you're able to cut away enough skin and scales without damaging them. Now roll. Don't have any like sewing skill or anything.
No, I mean, I'd
Anything
imagine like as
made
far
from
as
that?
like Ralston's ability to do this, it would probably end at just his survivalist skills. Like he has no like leather working or skills of that nature.
All right. In that case, just roll straight wisdom.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know if they like tell you this within earshot, but they actually look kind of stylish.
Hell yes. Hell yes. There's enough. I managed to make one for everyone.
Yeah, whether they'll wear them or not, I guess is up to them. But yeah,
Right.
that's actually your main activity during
Razor will wear it and he'll let out a yeehaw.
Hell yes.
They look more like they're not so much cowboy hats as Crocodile Dundee hats for obvious reasons.
That's honestly
I stand by the yeehaw.
Hell yeah. Yeah, everyone, if you want to add a Crocodile Dundee hat to your inventory.
With gusto.
Okay, and then
all of a sudden, Drazer yells out, "Oh, another shrimp on the babby!"
That's not a knife.
Just get knife and pull that two-hand sword.
Mother's gonna adjust it.
What's
Well,
a nub?
thank you very much there, Ralston. I do appreciate that now.
just remember, if we ever go visit the lizard people again, you might want to stow them.
Oh,
Throwing
God.
that
Wear
out
it
there.
proudly with the jewel in the front.
Yeah, with that jewel, like Calgon's jewel right in the front. Last thing is,
Do you have
Mother,
any kind of fabric or any other material?
let me check. I don't think I do. Does anyone have anything on them? I've got
No, I
hemp
don't.
rope.
Oh,
I've
let me double
got-
check.
You make these hats, you're absolutely convinced that putting some sort of band around them will just make them look killer.
I mean, would something like that be available in Tribor to purchase?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'll definitely do that if you want to give me a price.
I mean, that would be something that's like fairly straightforward. You could probably score something. Well, I mean, it depends on what you want. I mean, if you want, like silk, that would cost more, but probably like 5 silver or something.
Okay, yeah, we'll go with the silk for 5 silver. I'm down with that. Minus a gold, and add another silver. 5 silver, I should say. Got 7, and then lastly, Mother, did you require any money from me for your endeavors this downtime?
Luckily, I just needed the 50.
Okay, I will subtract 50 in shells as well.
A day later, I will come back with that healing potion.
Okay, I think that's about it. I'm just gotta add all this stuff to my character sheet. Yeah, that's my downtime. That's all I need.
So
Oh, sorry, one last thing. I'm going to swap level 2 healing spirit for the level 2 spell silence.
interesting. Okay.
My man.
And that's it.
Um. So among the six of you, which one would likely be spending the most time in town?
Probably Mother.
Yeah, Mother.
Probably myself and Baron if he agrees to come along.
Yeah, sounds like it.
I would agree to come along. How about however I could?
What's your passive, Baron?
Perception is 14.
14?
Yes.
And Mother?
10.
Okay, so are you helping Mother out with her nursing, Baron? Or are you staying clear for the most part?
My stats. I could
Well,
try to assist with
I
the medicine. Not the best. I'm maybe a good assistant at best. I can talk
I
to
would like to
the patient.
ask Baron, with your identify, do you have to touch them?
Unfortunately, yes. It
Okay,
is
so
a
we
lengthy
will
process with
avoid
touching.
the more infected, diseased ones away from you in that do matter.
I
But
would
yes,
appreciate.
any means of calming uh, any erratic patients, anyone that seems a little perturbed by the blunt language that I speak, as well as any up close personal issues should we find any more possessed refugees in the future.
All right. How many of you are actually staying at the inn? Fanny?
I think I said I was.
I think
Right.
I'm
So
staying out with Minigard.
Mother will join with Minigard.
Yep, Drazer too.
okay, so Ralston should pay £7 for his stay. The remainder of Ennead. And the rest of you, if you could all roll con saves for me.
I do have the cold weather gear,
Me too.
Yeah,
if that helps.
it helps.
Okay.
I believe I do as well because I believe I bought them at the one city that we went to.
Well,
Likewise.
we can make a fire if that will help.
You can
it
make a
cool.
fire. You can probably set up a tarp. Oh, everyone's rolling good saves. I think that leaves one.
Still, yeah, I also have my bedroll to help stay warm as well.
Yeah, but you still need to give me one roll. Okay. So yeah, I guess it's not the most pleasant thing because it is well, the beginning of winter. But everyone, well, perhaps manages to temper themselves against the elements. Maybe it makes you a little bit stronger. But yeah, no one comes down with anything. Perhaps dealing with the possibly infected people is more dangerous than hanging out with a corpse outside of town. But yeah, that doesn't seem to amount to anything either. But Baron, I guess, who's around at the tavern during the day and maybe early evening, kind of tell stories. Yeah, you do become aware that, yeah, these people, they seem to show up. They don't say anything, but they don't express any dissatisfaction at you either, like a lot of the others do when you try to cheer them up and play cheerful melodies, and they basically say, play the one thing that we've heard 80,000 times, or religious hymns, or don't play anything. Unlike them, these guys don't seem to say anything, but they are always around, and they don't seem to be doing much of anything. They exchange words with one another from time to time.
Am I
But
close enough that I can see them and hear them fully to enough of full understanding?
say that again?
Am I close enough to like fully like see and get a full grasp of what they look like and sound like?
Yeah, I mean, they're there, day after day and evening after evening, so you can get a full load of them if you want. They,
Okay.
Crazy.
they're armed and armored. They seem to be wearing fairly nondescript traveling clothes. So, roll perception, or maybe insight.
Damn it, I clicked history. Anyway, it didn't matter. I fucking shit rolled both.
Don't seem to have any identifying marks. They don't like display any insignia. It's hard to tell just by looking at them what exactly they do. I mean, yeah, they seem like they're martial somehow. I mean, maybe they're mercenaries, but you don't see them around town. They're not part of the local militia. They're not engaged in any sort of business. They don't seem to be interacting with anyone else aside from each other.
So again, visually, do I get a good accounting of their face, their features, what they look like, along with what they sound like?
Yeah, yeah, they're kind of fairly buff. One of them is bearded. The other one has a handlebar mustache.
Do I pick up any keywords of their conversation at any point over multiple days?
For that you can roll perception. Um, just small talk. Have you tried the ribs stew last night? It's quite good. Only thing different from that jumps out at you that you overhear is he's here? Yeah, he's here.
Do they look at anybody when they're saying about he's here? Does it seem like maybe they're talking about a man of their group, maybe?
You think it's more likely that they're talking about you.
Silence.
You personally, or you infinitive?
Like me personally.
You like the tree?
I'm not sure what you mean by infinitive in that particular
Is it
context.
you guys?
I mean the collective you.
Yeah.
You're not there with any of your companions.
I was just clarifying what you meant. If you meant him or.
I mean, you, Baron, seem to think you're not entirely sure. Perhaps it's someone else who's sitting closer to you than they are. I guess given what you are, you're, automatically assuming that everything is about you.
So basically, I'm gonna wait for one of them to step away and like to use the bathroom, or I'm waiting for one to separate from the group, and I'm curious where he goes.
Yeah, I mean, you do, I guess you can follow one to the outhouse.
Yeah, if one's going out there, is the outhouse secluded, alone? Like, the guy goes in, there's no one else around, or is it like just behind the building? Like, where's this located?
It's located in the general courtyard of the inn, but I mean, there's no indoor plumbing, so everyone goes to outhouses to do their business. That's normal.
It's a bit chilly, so I imagine not a bunch of people outside.
It is chilly, but yeah, you don't really have a hell of a lot of choice. So yeah, he
But there's
has.
not a lot of people outside.
I mean, there are people engaged in various menial tasks like cleaning horses or shoveling manure or, straw or something. There doesn't seem to be anyone in the general area of where he went. So yeah, he goes to the outhouse, he closes the door. I guess the only thing that you see over there aside from him is, yeah, there's like crow sitting on the outhouse.
I'm gonna kind of go up to the side of the outhouse, and I am going to full disguise, shift, voice, clothing, imperial armor, whatever it take to full mirror one of his companions.
You're gonna die.
Okay.
And try not to be seen by people who are wandering. So like I'm like kind of like stepping behind it or something.
You're stepping behind the outhouse or some other structure or people?
Like whatever I could get of like a duck out of plain view, and then do the shifting.
Okay. Roll stealth. Okay. So
That was a good stealth.
yeah, you duck under the hang behind some beams. You don't think that you're seen by anyone.
Okay. So full appearance and eye sound and look, exact same height, hair color, everything for one of his buddies. And I'm gonna like,
There's two of them, so I guess it would be the other one.
yeah, I wasn't sure how many exactly there were. I'm gonna like kind of slam on the side, be like, hey, and like it's gonna be in his voice, hey, so when are we gonna do this? Like, are we just gonna watch him the whole time? Like, just sit
Um. So, hear his voice from inside the outhouse, saying, "Shut up! I'm talking to the bird." And then you hear apparently the bird say, "Do you have any other ideas, Arnhard?"
Does the bird appear to be looking?
Does it appear to be looking at you?
Or is,
Yes.
it, is he talking to the guy in the outhouse?
You heard the guy in the outhouse apparently addressing you, and
And then bird spoke to me or him.
bird seems to have turned toward you.
I mean, do we even know what he's capable of? Like what exactly could he do if we just, did it? That's that it. Simple. Why make it complicated?
Because that's what you're being paid for.
I mean, nobody likes the guy anyway. Just grab him and go. Like, they don't care about him.
We don't care about him either. We care about the others. And what they carry.
No, they are not hunting my stone. They are not hunting my stone.
All this over just the pebble that we think is something.
Oh. He thinks it too.
You're not being paid to think. Being paid to watch and report. It's really quite simple.
I'm gonna finish my drink. I'm over this. Let's just get back in here. It's cold out here. And I clump away. And as I duck the corner, I'm gonna turn back into Baron and fucking haul it away.
Okay.
I am going to find who would I alert? I would like to find Algalon and
I think the rest of them are aside from Ralston, are all camped out.
yeah.
Technically, Mother would still be with Baron in the tavern if he was performing until he left.
Oh, I was
Okay.
just
So
say
if he just disappeared,
if
then
Mother's still in there and I missed it, then I would shoot Mother a message and say we need to go now.
what kind of message?
Like literally message. Like
Oh, the message. Oh, okay. She's could just perk up, look over at the person who she was tending to, just quickly cast the healing spell. Ah, maybe don't twist your ankle from now on. And
People,
step up.
people that you're
make
healing
way
are
out.
not in the tavern. That wouldn't happen.
Just someone who twisted their ankle. Gonna go up and make her way out of the tavern. Try and find where
you'd
Baron
see
could be. Just sees nothing.
Baron is like speed walking back toward where the rest of the group is.
Looks around, puts the hood up, makes her way towards the camp.
Okay.
As I get back to the camp, who all do who's the first person I see?
The first person you see is Ruin.
Where's Algalon? And probably Drazer. Drazer and Algalon would probably be good people to start with. Where are they?
If I know, I'll tell him, I guess.
For flair,
Yeah.
just for fun, Baron's in a whole different voice that you've never heard of. Basically, I'm just gonna play that I forgot to change my voice back.
Okay. That probably strikes you as being mighty suspicious.
Yeah. If I know where they are, I'll tell them. But I suppose I'll note that his voice is different.
Actually, yeah. Roll perception, Ruin. Oh yeah,
Latently knows.
it definitely doesn't sound like. I mean, it sounds like a deeper, huskier voice, but it definitely doesn't sound like he caught a cold.
I will raise an eyebrow at him, say, "What's going on?"
There's people. The stone people know. They're here for it. We need to let them know quickly.
Okay, I'm with you.
Right.
Where
So
are
yeah,
they?
no, the Algalon and Drazer are taking a walk in the woods. Gonna go after them.
Like he tells me they're taking a hike in the woods.
I don't know what he tells you. I'm telling this to Ruin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, they just took a hike off into the woods. Let's go find them. They went that
Okay.
way. Also, your nature is showing.
What?
Ahem.
Baron looks at. Actually, hold on. Give me. This is. I probably don't have the right to ask this. Am I allowed to ask him for a roll real quick?
Depends on the role.
It's more if I want to like. There's something that like I'm gonna try to suppress something, but I want to know if he would see through it.
I mean, I suppose you could roll your deception against my insight.
Okay, that's fair. So yeah. So yeah, I would be trying to see.
On whatever it is you're suppressing, it's
Okay.
suppressed.
So I would just cough a bit. Sorry, I forgot I was putting on a voice. That's how I got the information. It's a thing. It's a part. You know, you gotta talk to people. You learn how to mimic
Of course,
voices.
it's a bard thing, sure.
So, let's go. We gotta hurry up then. Obviously, whenever I would say that, I would straighten out my voice because I totally forgot that. Oh no, voice. Oops.
I mean, so out of character, but was all that just to tease me, or?
I mean, do you want me to be blunt? This is Baron's way of slowly slipping his backstory out to the party because he doesn't want to tell everybody all right, but letting a few things slip and slide here and there.
Okay, well,
Why
it went
not?
over my head apparently. So let's go find him.
Baron is a vocal drag queen.
See.
Drazer, thanks for walking with me, but no, I don't care if you eat the lizard men. We're not eating the Minotaur.
Why not? It can be a very good jerky. And basically, a Minotaur is just like beef.
Right, but this is the only Minotaur I've seen in this area.
Yeah, so think how much we could sell it for.
Oh Lord,
There's just
I'm
no
really
talking to you.
this.
Oh, look who's here, Baron. And Ruin.
Oh, great.
How much of this did we overhear?
I'm gonna say all of it.
Oh,
Now, while I'm not opposed to trying the Minotaur, I have been studying his anatomy for the past couple of days. I can tell you it's not going to taste at all like beef. More like oxtail. More like.
He was
Trader just had this disappointed face to his.
I mean, can we just not eat our?
We're not. Did
I mean,
you
it'd be good for jerky.
he I'm not gonna
Look, no, stop. There's more. No, there's way more important things. Okay. You guys, Alan, you've used me to convince people, talk to people, get information for you, right?
Oh, you're right, there is more important things. The water at SaltMarsh was magical and I purified it.
Okay.
It was,
that-
I need to tell
You're in
Ralston.
danger. You're in danger. and I'm
No,
dead
I'm not.
cold staring at you.
Oh no, I think that was some sort of
No,
animal.
there are bounty hunters here for you. I'm not playing around. Like,
Just the
There-
sound of clattering chain just coming up. The large freaking spear like lance towering over her head. Just, you're cold! You're cold! Is something the matter?
so we were at the tavern relaxing after handling stuff with the patients, helping the medical stuff, doing the helping the refugees and stuff like that. And I've noticed a trend that there were these couple guys that kept coming in, and they were always there when we were there. And it perked my interest. I want to see what they were doing, hear about it, find out maybe a bit more about them. Well, I may have deceived one of them into believing that I was their friend behind a closed door, and he may have let slip that he's after your little stone that you have.
So, are you with them and you have deceived us that you are our friend?
I don't know how you would jump to that conclusion. I thought you were
just
smarter
said
than that.
you just said you deceived them into thinking that you are their friend.
I was his friend. Like I was literally his traveling partner.
Yes, and you are literally our traveling partner. Is that a deception?
So then how could I be their traveling partner and you're I don't
What's going on?
know.
I think
Why did you
Baron
message me in
is
such a-
actually with these other people.
I'm just
What?
face palming right now, like, oh my god.
What's going on? I got
Mother,
a message
Yes, I
saying that
messaged you.
you were
I
in
messaged
trouble.
you.
What's
Yes.
well, you lose you? Yes.
As pointing at him.
I kind of describe his mother. Okay, you remember the guys that were parallel, catty corner
Algon
to
is
us,
not very
2
smart.
o'clock.
He's wise,
They were just
but
having drinks,
he's not very
casually
smart.
talking.
He's average
Well,
intelligence.
No,
I
my dear boy, I was helping someone with their sprained ankle. I was more focused on that. I apologize. What?
I am going to take and make a minor illusion of the people so that you can see first person exactly who I'm talking about.
Oh, lovely. Is
Oh,
this one of your
those
bar
boys.
shows? Hey.
Yes, I do
How am I-
remember them. I
how am
saw
I
them
just
come
thinking so
in.
different? They're following us. They know that Algernon has the stone. They're hired. They're mercenaries.
I'm gonna look behind Baron to see if there's anyone following him.
Yeah, I'm gonna look behind over my shoulder, knowing full well how tall this fucking lance is.
You don't see anyone following him?
No, Baron, there is nobody behind you. You have no reason to be hysterical.
And what possessed you to believe that they knew about the stone?
Because they told me.
They?
Well,
The name, details, my dear
Well,
boy.
His traveling companions.
they're
His
not my
traveling companion.
Tell us what
You're
happened.
my traveling companions.
Tell us what happened.
Arclus is making a really good point here.
Well, Algalon, but yes.
I fooled them. I made my voice sound like their friend, and they were in the outhouse, and I talked to them, and I made it seem like I was with them. I am not. I am with you guys, of course. And I literally pointed at the fucking minor illusion of the people.
They're both in the outhouse.
Friend,
What were they doing in the outhouse?
No, okay. One was in the outhouse. I pointed the one I acted like I was him and fooled him, and I point out the one that I transformed into. But I don't say that I transformed into him. I just say I acted as if I was him and fooled him.
Baron, I'm going to ask you a very quick question here. Who here have
How'd
you
been
told?
drinking?
I look around. None of these ones. I let out a really cheesy smile.
I'm asking you, Rooks.
You kind of just see Baron biting his lip.
Oh, is that the
Who
name
here
of
have
your
you
traveling
told?
companion? The friend?
No, Algalon,
Which
a
one of
moment.
these? Which
Can
one of
we?
these
Can
little
we?
illusions is that?
Can
No,
we?
no,
Can,
Baron.
can we?
Now is the
Can we?
time. Now
Can we
is
just
the
remember?
time.
I was
Just
warned.
slams the lance down to the ground. Now is the time, Rux. No more illusions. This is the time to let everything out because right now, I don't think Algalon is really on the same meta as you.
I don't think he's on the same planet anymore. Um, whatever. There's more important things, and I just drop my full shift. shape.
Just look around from the sound
Listen,
of clattering. Just brings the lance around towards it.
So, hold on. I'll give everybody a better view of this then. There, that. Pictures. So where Baron was standing, now basically after like some weird shifting with his body and shape, this is now standing in front of you.
Kill it!
assassin.
No, no.
God.
Lance is out. This is fine. This is Baron. Everyone calm. This is Baron. He's just
Ah,
been
another shifter.
Lying to us for the
wanting
past
to
3 weeks that he's been with us. How can we trust anything he says now?
because
told you.
I trust him. I knew of this in
I told you.
Drazer, to be perfectly fucking honest, my dear boy, I have been riding on the fucking back of you, and I think you can trust me. If you can trust me, you can trust him. He's Baron.
He is.
I basically just say outright, I'm like, look, okay, I've made mistakes in other places in the world. I hid my identity. People don't like me. They don't like my race. They don't like my species. They don't like anything about me. So I became not me. No, I haven't deceived you other than visually. In this land, I am Baron. No one knows me otherwise except for Mother and her book of knowledge.
Mother just turns the lance over towards Algalon and Drazer. I know you two have been faring with a shifter before, and trust me when I say this, this is not going to be the same deal.
Right, but
This one does not have an obsession with seagulls.
I don't know why he would have chose a human. That's all.
Because the point is
Really,
to blend in.
you wouldn't think of all things to turn yourself into the one thing that they wouldn't exactly look for?
Oh, I can turn myself into all sorts of things that people don't look for.
My point exactly, dear boy.
I'd like to.
I mean, if I wanted to be found, I could just look like you. I say this to Algalon.
I want to disguise self as what Baron used to look like, and then walk up and be like, "Hey, who's this?"
Oh,
Can I attempt to understand this?
Oh, I'm just fucking with you.
Oh, I'll say it.
Sure.
Because
Jason's
as
like,
a
"Can you
person who actually
Yeah.
has disguise self, you can attempt to see through it.
I wouldn't do that. I mean, because I know this. I'm not. I'm pretty certain Drazer would kill you on the spot if I did that. No, I'm not gonna do it.
If we're going
I
to
don't
be
think the
honest,
issue.
yes.
I don't think the issue is that you're a shapeshifter to hide from humans. I think the issue is that you've been lying to us the whole time.
Do
To
any of
be
you guys? Do any of
perfectly
you guys know the history of shapeshifters at all? Do you know the troubles and hardships? Do you even understand that how ridiculous that statement is?
I mean, to be fair to him, he did reveal it to me, and I encouraged him to broach a subject with all of you. He was just uncertain how to do that.
I would also say the fault is also my own, given that I also knew of his true nature beforehand. I was simply letting him.
I was getting there. It just I was warned, and I've heard that you two, and I pointed out Algalon and Tracer. I've heard that you guys might not like my species. I think I was told that things might not go the best, and I didn't know how to talk about this without you guys possibly killing me on the spot.
Oh, you don't have to worry about that with me. There are only two things I don't appreciate here on this world, and one are lies, and two are humans.
Well, at
There
least
you
I
go.
guess I'm not one of them. So does that make up for the other a little bit?
A little bit. We will see where this goes.
And I mean, it's not lying anymore. So I guess 2 in 1 go, right?
But you are
Sheepish smile.
If you two have any issues and any darker intentions towards Baron because of his deceit, then you can direct that punishment towards me. Given
No,
that
I'll
I
take
already know
my own
Baron
consequences, mother.
Rux. I would suggest you now silence your tongue, given though you have one of
There's
the
more
silver
important
in-
things, like the people that are hunting us. This can be
Yes, I
dealt with
understand
later.
that. This needs to be dealt with later. Exactly. All I'm saying is, Drazer, Algalon, this is Baron. He can be trusted in this form.
Is
Now
it
that
Baron or
you
is it
are aware
Ruck?
of it.
Which one is it?
I think
So
it's
my name
fine,
in
though.
this land is Baron. It's what I go by. It's the identity that every single person in this entire land knows me as. If you go across the Sea of Ash, hold on.
It's a sea
He
of
goes by
Sea of Ash?
He goes by Baron for the time being, Drazer.
My concern was just Baron doesn't tell Drazer, and Drazer sees him doing it and assumes it's some kind of witchcraft. And I think we're
That
fine
was mostly the reasoning to gathering everyone here beforehand. I think that would have been the best option.
Well, there are people after us. That is what I'm worried about. There are people that want to take things from us and that are hired to do it. So they're probably good at it if they're getting hired.
now. Eddie, how exactly know Alglin has a stone? Alglin, did you share this information with anyone outside of our group?
not with anyone outside of the group. As I turn to Ruin, there was one I shared very explicit information with recently.
I've
That's
been with you
trouble.
the whole time, man.
Yes,
I
So
would
check him.
also like to say that we could have also been followed during our trek within the marshes.
It's true. We have known someone's been at least keeping tabs on us for quite some time now.
I have
Good.
said this to
Wait,
you all.
wait. Aberration. Hold on. What can an aberration be?
Unnatural forms of life.
So a crow that can speak English or common?
I mean, that could be a fae.
I haven't met one.
I'm a fae.
Would I know
I
if
did
that
say.
would be an aberration by chance?
Crow that can speak common.
Yeah.
I don't exactly know if it's a person. I just know it was a crow / raven that speaking common.
I am proficient in nature. So I wonder if that would be considered an aberration.
Ruin, what does your owl identify as?
My owl is a fae, but my owl can't speak common, though there are constructs similar to my owl who could.
I would like to perhaps put forward the notion that during the time that we were identifying our proximity with Ralston's natural instincts, that if there was a familiar of sorts, it might have been disguised by not only the owl, but also Baron.
Yes.
And we came up with an aberration. I guess whenever I said I will say the man was talking to a crow, but I didn't know how to explain that one at first, so I was trying to think how to bring that forward. So you took crow. I talked to the crow too. It was kind of odd.
Is this at the end of the end of it?
I think so, right? It's like
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Can I ask a poignant question? So are you fae? Are you an aberration?
I am by species of fae.
Yes. Well,
why he revealed it to
given
me because I kept detecting Faye near us. We couldn't figure out why.
here's a good question. Could you do it now?
What
Just in case.
detection?
So, can you get fae? I mean,
I mean, for now, if we can get Minigard onto the cart and we're being followed, I think right now a making of haste away from here is a
Yes.
good option.
Actually, I was about to suggest we go about our business and perhaps
Do we
tonight.
have any other business here?
No, I was thinking we should lay an ambush if someone's following us once we get outside of town.
I have a question
Oh.
for anyone who is smarter than me. I am
I-
new to these kind of magics. Um, how would they know I have it if that is what they're after?
That's what I'm
Well,
curious about.
there's a lot of spells that could find it if they know of the thing, but not who carries it.
What if I
Well,
put it
I would
in?
also
What if I
like
put it
to.
in that and I point to the bag of holding?
No, it should be undetectable in there. It's an extra dimensional space.
That's also if you're trusting to leave it within there. I would also say, Ralston, your expertise could also be added to this conversation.
Sure.
You're rather quick and light on your feet. How easily is it to be found within darkness?
What, me? How me and just me in darkness or just all of us?
Yes, if we
I
are dealing with someone who is in the shadows, or at least some sort of spy or bounty hunter, as you say, they must be very good at tracking. So how can we lose our tracks?
there is. I mean, if we move at a slower pace, I can probably do something to cover our tracks. There is a very specific ranger ability that would aid in this, but I don't possess it. I believe Algalon could also. Um,
I'm hard enough to track on foot as it is.
could you, if are you able to swap your spells as you rest, Algalon?
Yes, I would have to meditate and pray. I can bring back Pass Without a Trace if you wish.
Yes, I mean that'd be what you're after, Mother.
Or if you wanted to, I could be separated from the group, as again, it is very hard to track me.
No, don't say. I mean, if someone's after that stone specifically, don't go off on your own.
I
Do
would.
you like
I
the
look
idea
around
of
real
an
quick for any
ambush?
crows.
Well,
Sure. Roll perception. There's birds. You don't think they're crows? Look smaller.
So we have to choose a plan at this point. We either stay and let them come here, or do we leave and let them try and track us?
You leave and let them track us into an ambush.
Yes, I like that idea. How many were
I
there?
would also suggest maybe tricking them into that catacombs, if possible.
Also, excellent idea.
Well, if they are
Hmm.
trackers, they'll probably catch up to us long before then. Especially if they're being aided by magic.
Probably true.
Uh, uh, do you nature folk have some sort of trap building expertise?
I mean, as much as the next guy. I used to have a trap, but the tree destroyed it. I could probably whip something up given enough time.
I can
If I had
cast
tall
snare.
trap. There we go.
I like the
Ivan,
idea
just
of an
out of
ambush. How many of them were there?
Aaron, did you get a count?
There was two that were watching. At least there, they were the constant ones. Um, the one I went out to use the outhouse, which is whenever I snuck my way into that loop, and he was talking to a crow who also spoke to me, and he brought up. I didn't note down because I was thinking too much about the time. But he commented if I point out the minor illusion still sitting there, that one, and I point out the one I was. They said his name. I don't remember off the top of my head. I don't know if you're gonna allow me to have it or if I can make a roll maybe to get it back.
Roll intelligence.
Ah, yes, a bard strong suit. intelligent.
Baron, the seagull cannon does not work on crows, sadly. It only works on
Oh,
seagulls.
The name he said was Barnhart.
That's right. Because I thought it was like I think you said Einhard at first. So I was like, oh. Okay. So I made a comment that the crow addressed my disguised person as Barnhart. Do any of you know that name by chance?
Not ring a bell with me.
I don't believe so. No.
Baron, how many of them did you
believe
actually
so.
see, Baron, with your eyes?
There was two, these two, and
Can
then
are you able to quickly change your face into their faces? I may have seen one of them before.
I mean, there's literally a minor illusion of their faces in front of us.
Oh shit! Okay, Ivan, are either of those faces the faces of those guys we encountered earlier in Tribor? Or the ones
No.
I stopped? Okay,
Definitely
recognize them.
not the same person.
Okay, don't recognize them.
Very well. I have two things. The first thing is if I do put the stone inside the bag, can I trust each and every one of you not to mess with it without my permission?
I have no interest in that thing.
I don't want your stone. Clearly, if people were after us to kill us for it, I don't even know if they want to kill it. I actually don't know. I should have gotten more information. I panicked when I heard they were after us. Jeez. I don't want the stone. So yeah, you have my word.
Mother?
Not gonna touch it.
Just gonna give you a bit of a side glance. You know full well the only intentions I have would be to destroy it. I have no intentions of using it in the meantime.
And that brings us to the two I actually worry about.
I want to dead stare at Ruin.
Drazer and
That
Ruin.
I gave it to you originally.
Yeah, I don't think Drazer would want anything to do with that thing.
I'll
I
turn to
think the only
Ralston.
thing
Drazer doesn't know what he wants to do with anything.
I think the only thing Drazer would want to do is either eat it to gain its power or try and cement it in its sword to gain its power. Either way, I think he's just trying to smash the thing.
I think he's trying to smash with the thing.
Please.
Tip of the morning, it's on his hat.
General Fuse, a bearser with an immortal stone. Gods help us.
And Ruin, you have...
Well, obviously, I'm interested in the stone, and I made you a fair offer for it, but I'm not going to steal it
No.
from you.
No, look.
I would hope that you help me.
liars, no, that you did not.
I'm sorry, you tried to offer how much did you offer for this stone?
Offered everything that I own for the stone.
So that's really not much, considering.
Basically, yes. Nothing. I will
How do you know what I own?
It's not worth this stone.
Anyway, but the point is I would hope that maybe one day you'll come to trust me enough to let me help you research it.
One
Because
day.
I could be a very great help with that.
One day.
But it's yours. It belongs to you. If you mean to make use of it, I'd just simply like to be there to help you with that. My interest in the stone is quite academic.
And I'll be...
I tried to identify it. It's beyond our understanding, at least currently. Maybe we can.
I'll walk over to Drazer and ask him to open the bag of holding, and I will tell these would-be followers the same thing I told you all. If they get in my way with this stone, I will destroy them.
How big is the stone?
It's about palm size.
I'll say
Okay.
like it's an impressive gem size, but it's not like a boulder.
No, yeah, it's a
Like,
pretty
it's like
pretty
a
big.
little bit smaller than a baseball, kind of, isn't it? Something
See, bigger than I thought.
It's longer than a baseball.
I thought it was like walnut size is what I was picturing it as.
Oh no,
No, it's big.
closer to a
Oh.
baseball than to a walnut.
Jesus. Okay.
Yeah, I mean it's a sizable crystal.
Maybe if like smaller than a rod, maybe. If that were a gem.
It is smaller than a rod because it's not as long.
Yeah.
It's yeah, it's like the size of an orange.
Okay.
Or take.
Okay. That's still pretty hefty. That's a lot heftier than I thought it was, to be honest.
Yeah. Like, it's hard for me to hold it in one hand comfortably.
Okay.
You
Who's
guys, no
pushing this
problem.
wagon, by the way?
It's like a pull. We'd have to pull it, right? Well, we could pull or push.
So yes, if you would be so kind, Drazer, to let me hold it here, before we leave,
Yep.
and I'll go ahead and let him open the bag. I'll put in the bag. Let them come. I would prefer if they didn't, for their own sake. Oh,
Yeah,
Wait.
bounty hunters.
quick
though, they're
question.
Gonna come eventually.
Baron, were they wearing armor?
This one I'll just take and shift into their clothing and. Oh, okay, hold on. Now I have to take more account of this. I figured one use at night. I figured I'd be able to get away without actually keeping track of it. But hold on, I need to check that I can cast all these.
You saw from the minor illusion that they were.
I was
The one-
originally focusing on the faces, but I guess I could just minor illusion. I guess.
And did that
That's probably
armor?
easier.
And that armor had components of metal.
Yes.
metallic armor.
Perfect.
Was,
So basically, like by appearance, they're like melee fighters, essentially.
yeah, they were wearing breastplate and some cloth, like gambus underneath.
Okay. Yep, that is all I needed to know.
So we are staying for them to find us here.
We are leaving.
Oh, we're leaving. Let them come to us.
Okay.
And
So
where are you
who's
going?
pushing the car?
The catacombs.
Yeah, we are making our way
left.
back over. North of
Okay.
Tribord Trail, south of Icespire Peak.
Follow the road.
So it is. I mean, it was heading toward evening on an early winter day, which basically means that
We'd have to
Right.
camp soon.
this came early. Well, if you don't want to travel in the dark, you'd have to camp now. But
Okay.
if you want to press on, you press on.
We
Well, let's
might
camp.
have to. Either we're staying out here and they will find us, or we
I'll look
move
for
on
it.
and make a little bit of distance.
We
I'll-
should look for a natural bottleneck.
Yes. Some kind of
Preferably
defense bottleneck.
preferably one without flammable material everywhere.
Well, you three, Rostin, Argalon, and Drazer, you three have been across this trail before. Do you remember any bottlenecks?
Is there anything like that I can recall, Ivan, in our position?
Not around here. Closer to where you're trying to get to, yes.
Okay. So I'll just look. Is there any campsite I can find that's at least somewhat defensible, like hidden at least from view of the road?
Yeah, I mean, you can try to set yourself up a clearing, and clearing on island off in the woods, and hopefully you'll hear sticks crunching underfoot if someone tries to sneak up. I mean,
Okay.
if you're like looking out for it, like even a squirrel can be pretty loud.
Yes.
It's moving
Yeah,
through the
exactly. Yeah, it's nice to just 2-man watch rotations tonight. Be alert.
Perhaps
So
perhaps it's cart before the horse, but I mean I could roll the bones and see if they'd be coming upon us tonight in the first place.
Sure.
I mean,
Yeah,
I
that's a
hauled
good
it out of
idea.
there. I probably knew the answer to that already, but sure.
I would have said yes if they had realized that Baron had already made haste. Knowing that he had been discovered, they would probably have rushed plans or have retreated. So
There's
either way,
various other ways we could phrase questions, such as, is this a good place for an ambush, or that sort of thing.
Because
and welcome to fates.
in our conversation, I fully act like his traveling companion, and then I said I was going back inside, so they probably would have talked about that whenever I was gone. Like, why'd you go outside? They're gone now. What happened? Wait, what do you mean? I didn't go outside.
They might. I mean, you did just have like a seemingly normal conversation. It's not really normal for people to bring up normal
I
conversations
think
again
they
here.
would
I
also
talked to a
put two
crow.
and two together that
And
if he didn't leave and you did, then they clearly have interjecting conversations, and they'll probably piece two and two together.
it's also
I mean,
true.
they did very clearly say that they're not paid to think, but I still think they'd realize that.
Ruin, are you able to ask when you throw those bones? Can you get specific information, or is it more like yes, no kind of answers?
It's more of a yes no feeling type.
Oh, okay. Couldn't
So
determine like if they are attacking, like what direction and how many. Nothing like specific like that.
no, but I that's a spell I might have. There is a spell that can do that. I just don't have access to it yet.
Okay.
But with the spell I have, I can ask a basic question and
Yeah,
get
maybe
a
just
fairly good sense.
maybe see if they're gonna come for us tonight would be very useful.
Yes. Well, it's that's the real question is, could the question, if we assume that the answer to that is yes, could the question
Alright,
be
be right
better
back.
used to find out if we have a good place?
Yeah, I mean, go
I
for
would
it.
say my best one.
Sure.
If we ask the second question, even if there is no ambush, we would know that we would have a good spot for one. And
Sure. Like,
if
oh
it
yeah, it's
doesn't
like,
happen, sure.
is this a safe, good spot to camp for the night? Something along those lines. I get what you're saying.
Well, if I guess the plan is to find a spot to surprise them and attack them. So, well, I guess it's just there's a number of different questions that are along these lines that I could ask, I suppose. And
Yes.
that was really what I was asking is which one do you guys want me to ask? Which do
Because
you
I've
think?
technically found, I guess I found a clearing, right, Ivan? For us to camp
Yeah.
in. Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe something about this specific campsite, like,
If I asked a question like, "Is it dangerous?" and there was an ambush, if they were following us to attack us, then the answer is going to be yes, regardless of whether it's a good spot or not.
yeah,
But if
Will
I
we
asked,
rest undisturbed tonight?
yeah,
go.
that
That's a good one.
okay. I shall roll bones asking, um, if we should set up camp here, will our rest remain undisturbed?
These aren't 100% safe lands too, so it could also mean something else will approach us in the night.
Which would also be
It's
good
good to know.
information.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, don't get me wrong. It'd be nice to know, regardless.
You need to put the W second, sir.
Yeah, I see that, Ivan.
Um,
Baron did not seem to be too happy with me acting stupid with him.
That's interesting. That's an interesting reading. If you'd all gather around and take a look, you can see that all of the bones, this dog ankle here, is perfectly straight lying. This this says to me that there's no imminent reading, that the fates have nothing too much to say about it. Which is to say, that could either be interpreted as it's going to be a peaceful night, or there might be other magics at work. It's almost too calm. Do you know what I mean?
Okay.
Do you see how they're all uniformly straightly lined up?
I see that.
That could either mean a perfectly calm night, but if it's a perfectly calm night, I don't always see it like this. I see it more like more or less straight. This is almost uniformly straight, you see?
It is odd.
So the interpretation would be either it's going to be a perfectly calm night, or there's some other magic at work.
Okay. Okay. So definitely, um,
It could be,
TM
for instance,
modifications.
like that spell you were
Question
talking about,
someone
Pass
with
Without
air. Do you
Trace.
know someone who breathes?
Should right this moment they have that spell cast or a similar spell to it, they might be even disguised from the Fate's eyes.
Okay. So definitely, whoever's on watch, stay.
So I would stay cautious.
Yes. I'd also, before we sleep, I'd like to do as best a job I can as covering our trail from the road to this camping spot, if possible.
Also, I don't know if my timber walk would help with that at all.
Timberwalk?
Timberwalk.
Racial. It's really hard to track me.
Okay. That's a personal
Mhm.
ability.
Yeah, that's just for me. So
Yeah, as far as covering tracks, I mean, you've been walking, I don't know how long you walk to get here. Really not that long because it's already getting dark by the time you leave. But I mean,
Okay.
covering all tracks would be a very hefty undertaking.
Not on the road. I mean, I'm just saying from the road to the campsite kind of thing. Just, I mean, they'd obviously see where our trail ends, but they'd have more trouble actually finding where we are, essentially, is what I'm going for. Or
Your
a lot of
sense
us.
is that process of covering tracks would probably make you more revealing.
Okay. No, that's
You know,
fair.
unless
That's
you have
fair.
some sort of special skill at doing
No.
this.
No, just nothing beyond my normal, like, survival expertise.
Yeah, well, I mean, because you kind of know how tracks work. It's usually quite a bit more subtle than, like looking for big boot prints in the mud. I mean,
Yes.
experienced trackers will look for, little bushes that
Single
will,
leaf pressed into the mud.
yeah,
Like,
yeah,
like
that will
bent foliage
disturb
and stuff, yeah.
in a way that makes it pretty clear that someone passed this way, as opposed to, like the wind blew through or whatever.
And yeah, and
So
also I imagine
if you like go through and try to fix things in the dirt and the underbrush, that's actually going to move more stuff. So anyone who's an experienced tracker will actually find that
see that.
much easier to follow than you guys just like moving through.
Basically know, like, hey, someone tried to cover this up. Got ya.
Well, I mean, unless you just get like preternaturally lucky, your chances are, I mean, you can try it, but it's going to your chances of success are remote. Your chances
Okay.
of making things worse are higher.
Yeah, scratch that then. Set about trying to rustle us up some grub for her evening meal.
All right. I you getting a fire going, or are you doing without?
If we're not gonna freeze to death or suffer adverse effects from the cold, I say we go without a fire tonight.
Mother
If
will
we're
bring out her fire starter.
camping down, we have Minigard's body, correct?
Yes.
I believe so. Yeah, that's actually another thing. I mean,
Yeah,
you've
that's what
been
I
like
was saying.
wheeling this cart, so
Yes, with the
it
big
also
minotaur in
makes
it.
it pretty difficult to hide tracks.
Speaking of which, we are also reaching the end of the spell. I might need to recast it soon.
Just to point out, because like he just said, we are so vulnerable. I don't see how a fire would make us any less obvious at this point.
Mother will bring out the fire starter, which is just basically a flip lighter. Just
I'm
hand
just
it out.
I'm just saying a fire would, if they are looking for us, um, when they'd be stuck, like kind of stumbling in the darkness, trying to pinpoint our location. But a fire is basically,
I think
I
that
mean,
they're
hey,
they
probably
can
walking
use
in the
light,
half-inch cart tracks.
no, that
and
you're
they
right.
also they
I mean,
have
that's a good
light.
point.
Like they can look. They don't care about being found. They know that we know about them at this point. If they're after us,
No, my only hesitation, it's you're right. It's a good point about the tracks. My point is just a fire is visible from a distance, especially at night. So I mean, I like once they see that, they know exactly our spot. But I mean, you're right. All they got to do is follow the tire. The
How
cart
about
track.
this?
Well, yes, that is assuming that we camp next to the cart.
Yes.
We could
Ooh.
camp off away
Yes.
from the cart, like off
Yeah,
the
yeah.
road.
That is a great idea. Well, we're off
Cover
the
the
road already, but
cart,
let's move the
leave
cart.
it
Yeah.
somewhere a little more secure
Just,
that we can
don't-
still see, but yes.
If you move the site significantly, you'll invalidate the reading that the bones gave us too. So don't go too far. I
Oh,
would
not the
say.
campsite.
Yes.
Saying we just move the cart from the campsite because that would be the most easy thing to follow.
But then there'd still be tracks going to and then from the campsite.
Yes, we would need to move the campsite.
Oh yeah, okay. Never. Let's.
Okay. The point that I still want to get at is we still have this cart, right, with Minotaur on it.
Yes. Of course, yeah.
In some of my knowledge and time in the town, I may have picked up something that I want to try. So I have a question for everybody who knew Midgard. If
Okay.
I do a quick tally, how many people here did know Midgard?
I vaguely
One,
did,
two,
yes.
so 5, including myself, right?
I read upon him, yes.
Yes. I've met him.
And
I
met
don't know
him
what you mean by
temporarily.
no. But 5 met him.
Okay, and that's including me.
Yes.
So if just for purely scientific purposes, if each of you could maybe ask him one question, do you know what that question would be?
Where are those boots of springing and striding at?
That is a question. That
That is a
He
good
had
yeah.
a magical item on him?
Yes, he
Uh,
did a lot with it.
I'd like
By
to
the
ask him.
His feet. They've been
gods.
on his feet the whole time.
I'd definitely like to ask him if he knows the location of the leader of the Swagan Force.
Okay.
My only question would
I-
be how he survived the water.
Okay. Mother, would you have a question?
I will allow you to have an extra one for yourself, dear boy. I think you have plenty.
Of course, you already know. Why do you have to know everything? You could just let some things be a surprise.
It gives him
Anyway,
a wink.
I just, I get the feeling, just this odd feeling that the spirit of Minigard is alive in Mother somehow.
I had a cousin like that. She hated surprises. Every time we would exchange gifts once a year, and like 3 weeks before, they would ask what I was giving them. Awful.
because from my understanding, this new thing I have learned, I can bring him back for a couple questions. And in my hope that, as we all know, he was affected by something. Well, I did identify his body, and he is no longer or at least the body is no longer affected by it. So if we can bring him back, maybe we can get some clear answers out of him. It won't be permanent. It'll only be for a few questions.
I didn't know him, but I have a pretty pertinent question to ask him.
I guess so.
Mhm.
Just saying though, we would kind of really only have one chance at this, so that is why I'm asking if you guys have questions that are important enough.
If you would like, I could go ahead and allow Ruin to have his question from
Well,
you.
I mean, I can tell you what my question would be. My question would be, does he give a crap what we do with his body?
That's honestly fair. I mean, it might make this whole situation easier because if he says bury him, then we just bury him here, I guess, and
Still
then
check
it's
out
done.
those catacombs, though. No, honestly.
Yeah, we can check them out, but if I guess that's a valid question.
Sure. You might as well if you're gonna do it.
So basically, Drazer, you just want some more loot, which I'm not surprised.
Well, not so much. I mean, we had the part thing, and he had it, and then it disappeared with him.
It's true. Wear some nice boots.
Everyone wants to know whether or not, he's okay with just being buried in general, or if he has a specific wish.
Well, he might very specifically not want to be buried in those catacombs. He may say, he has a sense of what the afterlife is now. Maybe he knows whether or not it matters. Who knows?
Oh, no, it won't work like that. It can't be what it's up to what he knew to his point in life. It's
Well, then I guess
after.
if the whole point of this is to respect his wishes, then just what does he want done with it?
Yeah.
Other
There you
than
go.
take him back to across the seas to the Minotaur encampment, wherever he's from. I mean, that's probably out of the question.
Oh, are you planning on staying put for the night, or are you?
No, this is gonna be something
Up.
short for now.
Yeah, I think this campsite. Yeah, I think we're gonna stick with the campsite.
We're
So,
sticking to campsite, but I think we're gonna answer questions first.
yeah, I have picked up the new spell. There you go. And yeah, so
Okay. So, are you casting that tonight?
yeah, it'll be. I will let them know it'll take a little bit, like 10-ish minutes before it'll be up. But if you want, we can do this now, and then who knows? We might be able to get rid of the card.
It's an action to cast. It lasts for 10 minutes.
Well, I thought it was a
Yeah.
ritual. 10 minutes. Oh yeah, it is not. Oh, okay.
Is it a ritual?
No.
No, I thought I saw 10 minutes, and then my brain just immediately said it's a ritual. I've been playing too much Wizard recently. Don't worry, that won't be a problem anymore.
It is not a ritual. It just has a 10-minute duration. But
And those 10 days do not count due to gentle repose.
Wait, what? Really?
If the spell fails, if the target was within the next 10 days.
it hasn't been 10 days anyway.
Right.
But although it is moving up to that. But right, I'm gonna give you a chance to finalize your decision on the questions. I'm just gonna
Yeah.
take something to munch on.
Just
Okay.
curious,
Yeah.
Ivan. Is this Minigar talking right now? Like, is this him as?
Depending on the
No.
question, I'll either let you answer it or I will answer it.
Okay.
Kind of play it by ear.
I think a more accurate term would be zombie Minigard.
Actually, it's Spirit Minigard, to
It's
be honest with you.
spirit. It's the last consciousness before he died.
Isn't
Minigard's but yes. All right. So yeah, I'll just give you a couple minutes to analyze your list, and then I will get back to you.
Sounds
Okay.
good.
So
Baron, my question remains. I'm gonna grab a drink.
I was
yeah,
say, if we want, we can enter them in chat. I have to answer, or can we all ask?
You have to ask.
Okay,
You
so
have to ask, and you can translate for us.
Yes. Again, it's not an actual person. It is the semblance of consciousness before he died.
Mm-hmm.
So,
but it's still what it knew within life.
yes.
So it would know everything of it.
Correct. Just know it is not a person.
Be right back.
Well, that's how I usually play it as a DM. It is not a person. It is
Yeah, I know it's not a person,
he is
but
a
it is a
wandering
corpse and knows
spirit
only
right
what
now.
it knew in life.
No,
and
he's
Minigard knew a
not-
lot.
He's not even a wandering spirit. This is the
I
last
always
consciousness
thought
when
this
it
was
died.
like. I always thought this was like a little bit of like a grasp of the soul from
It is.
the
It
ether.
even says in words, it animates
But
its
it's like-
spirit. It is its spirit.
Right.
Right,
But no,
but it's
you have to
like
read the next
full on
part.
like chamber. It's like
The
full on
script
like
can't learn
chamber
information.
between just them two.
Right, but you have
So
to
it's
read
like
the
in
next line
complete
after
darkness.
that.
Yeah, it's mentally
Right.
stuck at that point. It can't progress like
Exactly.
after that.
It doesn't know
Right,
any
it's
new
like
events.
in a full on like darkness mental
What-
chamber right
Well,
now. It's like, oh god.
That's what I was
hello?
saying. It's not like a wandering spirit
here?
because technically a wandering spirit goes around the ethereal plane.
Right.
Okay, so a wandering spirit could learn. No, I was thinking that you were
Yes.
trying to say that like he'd still be like grumpy, disgruntled, nonsensical.
No,
I'm like,
no,
but
no.
it knows everything about his life.
No, he's the last consciousness before he died. Yes, he has every information
So he
retained
was
prior
alive,
to
and now
that.
he's here, basically.
Correct.
That's what,
If it had any form of intelligence, it would know. But yes, it doesn't even know that much.
Are you insulting Menegard?
No. This is actually going to be very interesting, I think.
Yeah, no, screw that guy. Just
the location Sahagins.
throw him in a pit. So yeah.
So
Do you know the location?
runes.
Yeah, I can write mine down in there. I mean, if you want it still.
Yeah, if everybody wants to like note down their question, it'd be easier. I hadn't fully developed mine. I have an idea of what I want to ask, but I'm still trying to figure it out. Part of me was to see if he was under a Geist, so what was the conditions of the Geist? Does that seem reasonable?
That's assuming he would know it.
Whenever you hold on, let me scroll up to Geist.
All right, that's also Parkless talking, not Algalon.
I could also say that if you have any questions that are from the answers to previous questions, just to leave one of those spaces open.
Yeah.
No, the creature has to be able to hear it. Because I just looked up Geist like specifically. So you place the magical command on a creature that you can see within range, forcing it to carry out some service or refrain from some action or course of activity as you decide. If the creature can understand you, it must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or be charmed by you for the duration.
Do
And
we
yeah,
know that as Baron?
I didn't identify to get a Geist off of one of the the refugees. So that's why I don't mind looking at the soul, because I did identify Geist directly.
Again, that's assuming Menegard knows what it was.
But he would still been told an action that his character would have followed out, or threat of pain.
Right, you're understanding it as a player. That's assuming Menegard knew what it was that he was doing. I'm just saying.
If I say to you, you have to do this, but you can't do this, you would know what I just told you.
Right, but if you ask, what is it that you were a Geist under? He might not know what you're asking.
That's fair. Okay.
There you go.
What was your?
I get what you're saying. If I say were you under a Geist?
Yeah.
And what was it? He might be like, I don't know what a Geist is. Sorry, Chief.
Exactly, and you just wasted a question.
Were
Yeah,
you
that's
being
fair.
magically compelled to do something, and if so, what was it?
Again,
like
he
it.
might not know he was magically compelled to do something.
Were you given any commands? I don't know. God, this is.
Did someone command
tell.
you to do something against your will? If so, what was it? Well, no. Charmed is they want to do it. Yeah, basically you could say did somebody command you to do something under threat of pain if you didn't follow it, and if so, what was that? Kind of word the spell into the question. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I guess the way I'd probably word it is that then it would be like, did someone command you to do something, and if disobeyed, pain would follow? And if so, what was the command?
And yeah, he might consider that as two questions. I would probably consider that as two questions. So, and yeah, I do agree with Rob that you may want to leave one of the questions open in case something that is given to you deserves a follow-up question. Or have a fifth ready in case nothing comes of it as your backup, I guess.
Basically a thing of, okay, if you want to know this, it's more of an optional.
Like maybe
choice.
leave the boots at the end, as the fifth option.
Yeah, that could be a greed item. Like
need before greed.
They
Because
were on
also
the scene of
in
the
my
guy who
mind,
gave you the body.
Mhm.
if he was under a guy's and that was why he was so grim, then maybe reviving him is a good choice because then he'll be back as himself, and it might be worth investigating into. But if he's just mentally scarred for life because he was, mentally ripped apart by mind flayers or something, then I imagine that he'd probably still be damaged if we brought him back.
All right, ready?
Not really.
I would say leave the boots as question 5, interment as question 4. And then do the rest as you see fit.
Well, what do we want to know, really? I mean, do we want to know what killed him?
He died in a cell, so either we're assuming that his body or brain gave out, but it is a possible question. Or for example, I guess it's also we need to figure out if he was under a guise and if what it was, because there's a chance he could have
Are you willing
killed
to
himself.
burn 2 questions on that?
Yeah, well,
I'm trying to think
what's
how
the
to
most
word things.
important thing we want to know? It has to do with the nature of his death, yes?
I would like to try to figure out if he knows what he was afflicted by. And I'm trying to figure out how to get if yes, what is it? And what was his what was the restrictions of it if it was a Gaius? So I guess I could make a statement saying that we found a refugee that was put under a spell called a Gaius. If you were put under a similar spell, what was your command?
Yeah, start with that and then go from there.
I get. Well, then the first question would be, were you magically compelled to do something? Second question, if he says yes, would be, what was it?
So that's where we're circumventing the first question. That it's a statement. We found a refugee under the effect of a Gaius. It's a mind control spell. Were you put under
Nope.
if you were put under a Gaius, what was your
Same problem
command?
that Mother brought up the first time.
If you were put under a Gaius, what was your command? Because in this statement we say what a Gaius is, and then followed up with a singular question based off of that.
Yeah, I'd say start with that, go from there, see if it gives out what killed him. If not, maybe that's the next question.
Are we?
Yeah,
Does the knowledge of what killed him help us figure out other things?
possibly. Let's see. Out of character, if it was some form of corruption, like the plants and animals are being hit by, that could be huge. If it was an assassin or he doesn't know what killed him, that could be huge.
Was he aware that the corruption was going on when he died?
Yes.
So I guess maybe the first question should be, was it that?
So there would be how I think I would word the first question.
But he could have, in theory, died from the Geist.
But that's the thing. I identified the corpse. Geist comes up unidentified. The corpse is not affected by it, so it has been lifted from him. Plus, it's also animation spirit, so the spirit also would not be under it now. It would have expired, I believe.
Hopefully. Or you could, come out with what Ruin's saying, come out asking what killed you. How'd you die? But it's your spell, up to you. I would definitely leave the... I don't think he's going to know the location of the leader of the Sahagin
It
Algalon
wouldn't have brought him
has
to the
an
leader.
Algalon has an idea where that is, and with Ralston asking, I would say it's off the eastern coast of the Sea of Ash, just north of the Dogon Cave, I believe. Couple like 10 miles out or something like that. It's an underground area. It's an underwater area. But yeah, let's get to it.
Yeah, might as well, because like we have a list of questions, but depending on responses, they might all get.
They might all be
Fuck,
flushed
anyway.
down the toilet, yeah, and play it by ear. So have fun.
Okay, I guess we're gonna go at it then.
All right. So
I'm going to go through and cast Speak with Dead on the Miniguard's body.
all right. You will. Guess you have incense to burn. I mean, you could have picked some up from town. Incense they definitely have.
It didn't seem like it had a monetary value to it, so under my understanding, it would be covered under spell.
Well, the monetary value would be negligible, so fine.
Yeah, because that was my assumption, because I can use my instrument as a spellcasting focus, so I assumed that would be covered. Which is why it didn't, because it didn't have a monetary value. My understanding is that if it has a monetary value, it's a consumed resource. I get the
What's
idea
your,
of burning incense,
Yeah.
but
What's your instrument?
loot.
Okay.
We play music.
I
Sheba
guess
started
that's kind of a weird instrument for the purpose at hand, but I guess you play
Hey, a
some.
bard can use a magical instrument as a spellcasting focus. I like the loot. Don't judge me.
I'm not judging you. I'm just saying you're playing a dirge on a lute, but I guess you're a professional, so you know better.
I've been to weirder seances. It's okay.
Yeah, I'm sure. All right. So, what's the first question?
The first question is what is typed in chat over here. We found a refuge from the fight that was under a gaze, a sort of mind control command. If you were under a gaze, what was your command?
All right.
I think he's typing it out.
It's been so long.
Hold on, you're
I
breaking up really
don't
bad.
really hear you so well, but I was told by a voice to follow you all. I tried to fight it. It burned inside my head. It hurt so much. But it told me to follow, and I said no. I said
Oh, shit.
no.
It was from those people.
The amount that Baron wants to like give everything to get Minigard back now immediately. Okay, so that checks off that. Does that. That answers how he fled because he was told to follow. Um, the shake up because that answered a lot of the questions in one go. I wasn't ready for it to be that.
Yeah, it was a good question.
It was. It came out really well. Crap.
If you could be any animal, which animal would you be?
He'd
And
be a
why is it
vinegar.
a giraffe?
What's his favorite color?
Like a bird, I want to fly away.
You could ask him how he got free from the water. You could ask him how he wants
But
to be
he
interred.
said that he was given a voice and told to follow. He was let go. Like that answers
Nope.
that already.
Not at
Ask him
all.
my
That
question.
is not an
Not
answer
at
to
all.
that question at all.
Yeah, it doesn't answer that
That's a
question. either.
completely
Okay.
separate question.
I guess like we would be allowed to discuss between the questions, right?
You got 10 minutes. Yeah.
I got 10
So
minutes.
there'd be a discussion. You'd bring up how that still doesn't answer that as well as we thought it did. So I'd get together the proper wording. It'd just be basically what how did you escape from your captors and the water after the battle?
Drowned and died. They found me on the water. Drowned and died. Voices in my head. I couldn't hear her anymore, so they just pushed that voice inside my head instead. I felt the pain inside my side as they dragged that dagger into me. They told me to give information. I said no. I couldn't do that to you. The boots are gone before I found anything else. They let me get the gauntlets. Let me keep most things except for money, weapons. I had little, but I promised them a lot worse than death. I promised them a lot more than that if they killed me.
Sounds like an exceedingly unpleasant time.
To summarize up what was basically just said, basically they found you, enforced their will on you, took some key things, and then basically forced you out to do their bidding. I'm asking more of this because I'm guessing asking you above table because it was kind of hard to hear it. So I'm just confirming that I did hear things correctly.
It's to try more to get you, yes. I did try to find you at first, but when they wanted me to follow, I didn't want to listen. They didn't like that, so I got punished and drowned my head until the pain faded away.
How many questions are we at?
Hoping to,
Two.
but
Right.
I don't know if he would consider that one, as I did try to say it was above table because I'm just me solo is trying to understand exactly what was said.
Right. No, I get it. The mic is a little unclear at times because Discord. If we, I would say one of the questions should be if he got a good description of who this they are that he's talking about. Because I'm not sure if he's talking about the Sahagin or if now he's
Could
talking
be a
about
third
the
party.
bounty hunters. My original thought was that the person inside his head was that monster that we were hunting for Ralston. Because Algalon, if I remember correctly, I had to make a wisdom save against a mental invasion, and I succeeded. Way back when. So that would be my next comment: is ask if he knows that if they can describe what
Did you get
they
the face
are.
to the voice?
Yeah, basically.
At the location of that voice, yes.
That's gonna be that's a 2 question unless we can come up with some way to word it.
Were you able to? Can you describe.
Oh shit.
How about just say who, and if he doesn't know who, then he doesn't know.
Oh, he's asking this, clocking this in real time. All right, cool. Yeah, see if he can describe who they are.
Yeah. Okay.
Start with that.
The voice that pushed into your head. Do you know who they are?
You can just answer that.
I don't know if I got a name. I don't remember if I got a name.
A spirit roll intelligence check.
Has
That would be with Minigard, and I don't have his sheet anymore.
has fake intelligence. Well, we get to
You didn't,
that.
didn't get a name.
I did not get a name. Okay.
Okay. That's the voice, the same that we heard before the fight. The one that told us to run.
Figured.
The one that told Ralston it was his plaything. I would like to say to him I'm sorry. I did as much as I could.
I would also ask him how he wants to be interred.
Yeah, I kind of think that's gonna be the next question.
Don't
It
we
could
have two more?
lead to a- Yeah, I do want to get it out though because it will be an important thing for our safety at this point.
Get what out?
Your physical body. Do you have any wishes for its? What was the word you used? Sorry?
Interment or funeral.
For your funeral or burial or however you wish to go.
If I am unable to return across the sea and return to my family, then the mountains will suffice. I found them quite a delightful scene. They were very nice upon the sky that I saw the first time.
I guess this is a inspection or a visual check for us. Whenever we got Minigard's corpse, did he have his standard items on?
Standard items?
Did he have the boots? Did he have gear, armor? Were those returned with his body? Because I imagine if they locked him up, they might have taken them, but did they return them with his body?
It's a good question, actually.
The only thing of particular note would be the shoulder guards, which would be made of bone. The metal gauntlets that he wore, which would have been well worn. The hand axes were taken, and the large wooden great sword on his back.
I actually returned everything that he had.
Including. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Other question
It
is, what did he have?
was kind of in a bag next to his body, but they seem to have returned everything that you've ever seen on him.
We have the boots. We don't have to ask about the boots if we have the boots.
The boots.
Oh, there's
were
the
not-
boots. There's the boots. Don't ask. There they are.
No,
Right
the boots. The boots are not there.
Yeah, no.
Oh,
So
then-
that's what we're
You
trying
would
to figure
notice
out.
the horseshoes that he usually has are not there.
Yeah.
And from the previous question, I think the voice took those.
Yeah. The people who bound him took those originally.
That's what I was pretty sure of. That was what I was trying to clarify. That I heard that correctly. Last question.
Ask him if he wants to come back.
That is something I was wondering. If we can somehow get the power together to return you to the living world, do you want to come back?
Would I not I'm over there, not here anymore. Across the sea I am.
All right.
Unable
Anybody
to
speak mumble
return.
slash breakout? Breakup?
I don't speak Minotaur, but I think that's a no.
Unable to return. I am across the sea. Unable to be here.
That corpse closes its mouth and becomes rigid.
Time. Oh, that was somewhat insightful.
All right. Well, now we know he wishes to be in the mountains.
Oh, you got your answers then.
I believe so, yes.
Still don't know where the thing is, but I doubt you know anyways.
Where the what is?
The thing controlling the Swagan.
No,
To get
like,
its location out of him.
why would they bring a prisoner of war to the leader? Like, that doesn't make sense. They have people assigned to dispatch that stuff typically.
Yeah, but it's more like telepathic links work in kind of weird ways. Maybe he gleaned its location or something of that nature.
It's actually not telepathic link. It's like in person, like, and it could not even. Well, do we know the person that you guys talked to was the leader before the fight,
Not a person. I
or the voice?
highly
I
doubt it's
guess
a person. Yeah. A what?
the owner of the voice that warned,
No.
or that
Oh, I have no idea.
I would say, because
Yeah,
that's who put him under the control, or that's what put him under the control. So
Yes.
if that's the leader, then they would align. But I mean,
If that is the fate of what we are seeing here, of this particular aberration or creature, then I'm not entirely sure how much more time we can dally with the burial of your good friend.
either way, we can't do it here. He wants to be in the mountains.
In the
That's
mountains it will be.
in the general direction we're going.
So we got to keep the cart safe and get him there. We could ambush the cart, basically. We could leave the cart here and let them walk into a trap reversed.
They're planning on attacking us soon. We could just waste the whole day just laying around a cart too.
Well, either way, we'd have to make camp, so we could bed down near the cart,
Oh, yeah.
keep an eye out.
Yeah,
Yeah, we've already made
we're
camp.
doing. Yeah, we're camping.
Right now, the cart's in camp. Like, we need to move the cart a little bit farther.
Right. What do we do?
If we think we're going to be ambushed tonight, we would make the camp off of away from the cart, 50, 100 feet, somewhere in sight. Make the cart obvious, make our camp less obvious.
Is the body still on the cart?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Put up your watches.
Yeah, I'm
What
gonna
happened?
go ahead and recast a gentle repost on Minigard. Expend that second level spell.
Yep, I will
Cast
be
Great Fury.
on first as usual. Ritual cast water breathing. I will cast dark vision on myself only this time. Sorry, Drazer. I want
It's
to.
fine as long as one has it.
Yeah, I want to keep my meta magic this time.
I'll go whatever watch I'm needed in. Second or third, I guess.
Okay.
I'll join Drazer in this one.
I'm on first with Drazer.
Oh, Then I'll
Sorry.
take second.
I'll take second as well, I guess.
I'll go third.
I welcome it. I welcome it.
At least now
Ruin,
you won't try to kill me.
Ruin is on with Ralston at the end.
Sure.
Third watch.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
I am gonna change. If we do get through a long rest, I'm gonna change gentle repose to fine sleep again.
okay.
And, are we having a fire? We are, right?
As far as I know,
Okay. For my watch, I like to walk like a few feet away from camp and just sit in the shadow of a tree, or where the moonlight's casting, just so I'm relatively undetectable. Preferably in the direction we came from, like following the cart tracks back toward where we came from in that direction. 10-20 feet at most.
okay. There is actually no moon.
Ooh, excellent. It's even better.
The gods have abandoned us.
I'll just move
Speak
away,
for
like far
yourself.
enough away
Mine's
from
the
the.
sun.
I'll just move far enough away that I'm not in the light of the campfire then.
Okay.
Decoy campfire next to the wheelbarrow or the cart.
It's not a bad idea.
Not bad at all.
All right. So, are you doing anything by the moonless night, or just watching?
Just super watching. Really
Okay.
making a point to be aware of everything.
All right. You're aware of everything the entry forest has to offer:
Nice.
moisture, cold breezes.
Perfect.
But other than that, your night appears to be undisturbed, and everyone awakens maybe a little cold and sore, but apparently none the worse for wear.
Nice.
So, what do you want to do?
Continue on, right?
Continue on along the road?
I think so, right? And then we can just go.
Let me do something.
Me as well. I'm going to quickly rub my hands together, quickly bow and open the gates as I have fine steed back, and I'm going to bring back Euripides.
Okay.
I
And then
will.
I'll actually return.
Let us make it very difficult for them to follow. And I am going to cast 8. Can I do anything with 8? Hold
Just
on.
out of curiosity, why do we all think that these are bad guys? They might be coming to find us to help.
I'm gonna cast Conjure Animal for 1/4 CR, trying to get giant owls for everybody.
They seemed rather adamant on trying to find and capture Algalon, Dreza. They weren't exactly looking to reconvene in conversation.
Oops, I forget it does the whole table.
Some product of. Should I have Divine Sense? 1 of 1? That's a paladin skill, right?
That's a paladin.
Okay, I
It's
should have. Yeah, I don't know why I have
Yeah.
that.
And then I will meta magic that spell to extend it an extra hour. So this way we can be off the ground for 2 hours at a very quick speed.
Okay. But you're flying over the road, above the road?
Wait, what about the cart, man?
That's why I got Euripides.
Yes.
I got that.
Can he keep pace with flying owls?
Yeah.
I can certainly keep at least track, and they won't be following human sized tracks. They'll be
Well-
following Axbeak tracks.
There are also 8 owls and 6 of us.
Yeah, but carrying the cart would still be a pretty tall order.
Yeah.
It should be fine if it is just myself and the Minotaur, if Euripides pulling along. As long as you lot have eyes above, I should be okay.
Hold on a second.
Famous last words.
Yeah, always. So,
I'm pretty
Okay.
tanky.
Can I be finicky with this spell? I've never tried to do different types of creatures of the same CR in a single cast. Is that possible?
I think they have to be the same.
It doesn't specifically say that. Choose one of the following options when they appear: 8 beasts of challenge rating 1/4 or lower. Doesn't this? I'm trying to see if it says they all have to be the same. But if you rule it that, I am okay with that.
does not, in fact, say that.
So if
Interesting.
the goal is for you to be down with the cart, then I would summon 5 owls and 3 riding horses, or 3 axe beaks to go alongside you,
Okay.
as those are also quarter CRs. So whichever you prefer, Mother. Would you want 3 riding
I'm
horses to
down.
help, or 3 axe beaks to help you?
I think Euripides would love a group, a squadron of Axbeaks. That's
All right,
cool.
so you have a standard chariot or a standard carriage set of axe beaks to move that cart with you. And these will be
All
around
right.
for 2 hours.
The Axe Squadron is ready.
Right. So you're gonna hitch the axe beaks up to the cart, and they're just gonna run down the road.
That's the idea.
They
Yep.
attach one to go alongside, and I'll have two directed on either side of the car as some sort of
Oh, like flank?
wardens. Yeah.
Okay. So 2 on the cart, 2 flanking.
Okay. And the owls are carrying everyone else except Mother.
Yep.
I'm on the cart, keeping an eye on Minnow.
How fast do the axe beaks move?
I think they're
Axe
50.
speeds can move 50.
The
So-
owls move 60.
Yeah, pretty sure they're 60.
Okay.
Follow the
So
owl.
you follow the owls, and cart bounces along the road. You have a vehicle proficiency, Mother?
I believe I do, actually. Yes.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Yeah.
Oh, no, you said axe beaks. Never mind.
Why don't you?
Yeah, I was going to say, Mother, sorry, if we did riding horses, they also have a speed of 60.
Okay.
Riding horses do, yes.
So that was all I wanted to bring up.
I mean, if you want draft horses, I can call Bartholomew up.
Draft horses are 40. They're slower.
Warhorse.
War horse is pretty fast. Yeah. I can only do riding horses at CR 1/4. I can't do.
That's fine.
What CR is a
Or-
Tron bike? I'd like one of those.
CR 6.
Okay. Well, can we do that?
Okay, quick question. What CR is an elk?
Elk is 1/4, but I don't think I can summon them with the spell. Let me double check.
I could summon Archimedes, who is an elk,
I
and we could
could
just have
I could do an elk
battalion.
if you wanted.
I'm down for an elk squadron.
They're
Let's
50
move.
as well.
That's
Yeah.
fine. I just want a battering ram if we have a barricade.
Okay. I just didn't know if you wanted to keep up with the owls. But if you're fine
I
lagging
mean,
behind, that's fine.
I would think that you guys would be at least like going around and patrolling the skies around me. If you guys want to go up ahead, by all means, leave me behind. I'll catch up, don't worry.
All right. So what is it going to be?
We'll do elks,
Elks. Fuck formula comes out.
and then
So if you have
we'd stay with Mother in the cart, I guess. We'd slow it down.
right, if you have vehicle proficiency, you should roll that now.
Okay. That's land vehicles, right?
Yep.
All right.
Me at first.
Is
Yeah.
that
Let's see what it looks
strength?
I would say that it is Dex in this case.
X. Okay. That will be a delightful one.
All right. Who's in the cart? You and
Just me and Minigard.
Minigard. All right. Make a Dex save for me.
Oh boy. Two.
All right. So you're riding along, basically like that. The road is not in particularly great repair, and there are divots all along the way as you go. So at one point, the people who are being borne aloft by owls do see a group of people up ahead on the road in the direction that you're traveling, moving in the opposite direction, i.e. toward you. Probably at least a dozen of them.
Uh-oh. Probably get back down to the cart then, though.
Can we try and make out what they look like? Humanoid? We seen them before. Do they look like that minor image?
You're up pretty high. If you want to get a close look, you can attempt to descend. They do look humanoid, yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna try and get a better look.
Okay, so like how close do you want to get?
I don't want to get too close, but close enough to see if I can just vaguely make out if they look like that minor image that Baron showed us, to see if somehow our pursuers got ahead of us.
Yeah, and as he's doing that, I'm gonna swoop down to the cart and warn Mother what's in front.
Okay.
Just bouncing along. You should have told me about the suspension. Just
Right.
There it is.
So
What is this function?
The what?
Babylon's skull is moving closer to these people. As you get to within about 100 feet, I mean, yeah, you can see that it's a fairly sizable group, definitely more than two.
Mm-hmm.
You don't see anyone who's dressed in armor or carrying weapons of obvious kinds. They actually do seem to have a cart hitched up to an ox of their own. Or actually a covered wagon. And as you're getting close, some of them are like pointing up at you, and some of them are running.
God. It's like some family.
Um, Yeah, you definitely see a few of them just kind of like throwing stuff down on the road and on the side of the road as they run.
All right.
The,
3 days,
you can't make out like what the
Yeah.
and as this is happening, the other owl that's carrying Ralston swoops down to warn Mother and is like, people up ahead. What?
What?
People. Oh, dumb.
The road
And
ahead.
the cart hits a big divot, crash, and Mother comes flying out.
Oh God.
And
Smash. I'm in.
Ash, yeah. Takes 5 points of bludgeoning damage.
Oh,
The
Land.
wheel flies off.
Oh shit.
The body is crashing down onto the road.
Oh boy. I'll definitely land and start assisting Mother.
Yeah,
If she's
after I
okay.
notice that it's John and Jill Farmer and their family, I'm going to go back to the rest of the aerial squadron.
Okay, you're returning to the cart.
If that's where the rest of the owls are.
Well, at
That's
this
what I'm
point, it
doing.
was only one with Ralston.
Yeah.
Has back. The rest, I guess, will do what you tell them to do.
Yeah, no, I'm just going back to the rest of the group. It looks like because Ralston and Mother are the only two grounded.
Okay, so you're ascending back up
Yes,
the sky.
correct.
I'm up, mud covering face. Ow.
All right.
I'm not impressed. Oh, hello, Ralston. How are you?
What the hell? You alright? What happened?
Well, I would say that whoever made this road clearly doesn't know how to ride a fucking wagon. And also, the suspension is completely shit, and I think Minigod might have gone flying.
I think there is a suspension on this cart, to be perfectly frank with you. Maybe don't.
Clearly not, given the fact I just went ass over tea kettle.
Ah, Jesus. Look painful. I'm gonna then
Mm.
glance over at the cart, and it's broken. Just at a cursory glance, Ivan, does it look repairable with what we have here?
What do you have here? The
No
axle
tools.
has cracked.
Oh, well, yep. Cart shot. Got a
Does
spare.
anybody have
Nothing?
mending?
You have a spare axle on you?
Actually, I do have mending.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
seeing
I'm
that
gonna-
I put that on there.
seeing
If
that
everyone's
the
flying, I'll kind of try to wave them down.
seeing
so
that
they
the
can tell
cart
what
is
I'm doing.
not keeping up with us, as the cart is slower than us, so we'd have to keep up with him. I'll have all the owls go down to the cart.
Okay.
Dre's will get off and go and look, see what's going on.
Oh, Mother. I was gonna say that elks make poor draft animals, but you seem so excited.
It was quite the delight until it wasn't.
Did
Uh,
Minigard go flying out of the cart?
Yes, I don't know where he went exactly. I'm gonna quickly take a look around, see if I can find the hunk.
Lying on the side of the road.
I'll get 2 owls to
Oh.
pick him up and put him back on the cart.
Are
If
the
if the
people in the
cart's
road
flipped
still
over,
coming?
then I'll have some owls and the elk flip the cart.
Mother will help lift the cart back up.
I
So
have
we
5
can
owls and 3
take
elks.
them.
You're good.
I want to help, damn it.
You did enough.
Saying the damage.
Well, that was a little mean.
Dre will
No,
try
no,
casting like on the axle
that's
so we can fix it.
given. Eh,
Do
What
we
was the
need to
question?
cast?
seeing the axle's broken, Drazer's gonna cast mending to try to fix the
Wait,
axle.
Tracer has mending.
Yeah, Drazer's a
Yeah,
druid,
druid.
dude.
Tracer.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
I mean, I
You
guess
don't
it makes
do that?
sense. Bears are.
yeah.
I don't know. You did. It never came across me. You might be a druid. I don't know.
No, it's a druid cantrip that I just don't have. It's a lot of
Psycho
cantrips,
lunatic
but
that agreed to
he
the
also
devil to become a bear occasionally, maybe. But
he also casts healing spells and Goodberry.
And mending, apparently.
Yep.
and mending. Okay.
So yeah,
I
I
was
actually,
was too
What
tired
was
to
it?
see that
Oh, his
coming.
repertoire.
Yeah, for the record, I have
Oh, he
Thornwood,
also has shape water.
Cure
Yep.
Wounds,
Yep.
Thunderwave.
Yep.
I was too tired to see this coming.
you grab the axle, and normally probably wouldn't work, or at least not as well, just because it has to be an object that you can hold or grab in its entirety, which most of you would have trouble doing. But Drazer does have big hands. So yeah, you're actually able to mend the axle.
Okay then.
Are the people still
Maybe
coming down the road?
You have flown back. You don't see them moving toward you at the moment.
Oh yeah, I'll explain to everybody that that's John and Jill Farmer and their family, and they're terrified of us.
Can I
Oh,
insight check that?
We can't leave any witnesses.
Oh God.
so we scared the local populace. Fantastic.
Well, it's not every day you see a halfling
I mean,
on a giant owl.
Crazy, you could make some human jerky. I'm sure.
To be fair, at that
Okay.
height and distance and altitude, I don't think they would have even seen me. They just saw the flock of giant owls.
Yeah, fair.
I'm gonna go over to the road and just like get a general view at this point. Does this look like it could just be traversed normally at like a decent speed instead of just going full like bat out of hell like we were for? Or would it not matter what speed we're going?
It would matter what speed you're going. I mean, the slower you're going, the less chance there is of something bad happening to the cart. But yeah, I mean, your sense is that what's pulling the cart probably matters as well.
Perhaps I can slow this down a little more so this cart is not exactly suited for these kinds of roads, so I'll have to take it a little slower. If you guys want to scout ahead, by all means, I can handle myself if I take a little slower.
That's fine. If you next time we can leave the cart and we can take you and Minigard if needed. But yeah, we can go slower.
It is completely up to you. I didn't want to leave the cart behind. You were so possessed with it.
Oh no, I was just possessed with it because everyone else seems to forget it.
I mean,
Maybe perhaps leave it
just
so we don't forget it next time.
you know, normal riding horses are quite fast.
We still how long have we been with these? Hasn't been 2 hours yet.
You've been going for about an hour and a half.
All right.
This configuration.
We have
about to say,
about
it was
half
5
an hour
minutes,
left on
geez.
this. So I'm not gonna resummon them just for riding horses.
Okay.
Not yet.
So we're gonna continue what you were doing before.
I will go at a slower pace and let them go ahead and scout around, making sure that the path is clear.
I'll stay with Mother giving a second pair of eyes. In
Yeah,
case.
you got 3 other elks to choose from to ride on if you want. So, or if you want to be on the cart with Mother, by all means.
I'll stick with her to give second set of eyes because I'm not the most combat oriented.
Actually, I'll stay on the ground and I'll shapeshift into a bear and run alongside the cart.
All right,
Okay.
so I got 2 empty owls now.
I would say
Yeah.
if you want, I can stay on the owl in case I need height. I can just stay with the cart instead, so then they're not wasted. Unless you think you can use the owls better without somebody on them.
If you're also
So
needing someone to use for movement, dear Baron, I can let Bartholomew off his leash and let him move for you.
as you move down the road, you see that people that you cited initially, maybe just most of them have kind of like pulled their cart off the road and they're just sitting there as the owls approach. They begin to point again, and yeah, you definitely hear some of them shouting, "Hi, Palor's flames! What is this?"
In
Make them
Palor's
glow.
light, do
This
not
is
worry.
Palor's light. Exactly. That's what I'm gonna shout back.
In Palor's light, do not worry, good citizens. It is in Palor's light that these grand creatures present their own and use them as our folly. It just goes past them in glorious content.
Sailor Moon anime style in front of the sun. Yep.
I've got one foot on one owl, the other on the other, and I'm humming a badass song. No, not really.
I
I'm
was
sitting on
about
the
to say, you sure you're about to do that? And we lost another wizard. Okay.
Algoron makes one bird move out 1 foot to the left, the other 1 foot to the right.
I'm gonna nudge Baron, just make some fireworks and just keep going along.
I will minor. I'll minor loot. Oh god, no! It's gonna be sound of fireworks. It won't be visual fireworks, will it?
No.
Or can I do both?
Minor illusions visible, no sound. Press the digitation's a separate action.
Yes.
Yes. A minor illusion could be sound,
Oh.
or
Yeah, minor illusion can be a sound. You know,
It's one or the other.
you
or-
can't
or
do
im-
both.
yeah,
So
exactly.
hypothetically,
the
I
other.
could spam cast the first one,
You
make it
could-
the explosion firework, and then make the sound effect afterward.
Or you could minor illusion the sound effect and then do the visual and then the sound after, because
That's what I
light-
just said.
That's what
That's
light-
what I said.
No, I said the
I'm the
opposite.
tired one here that I'm gonna pass out.
Just they take cover in the face of this kind of abuse.
Behold the
that's
light of Palor! Just
Oh,
keeps
God.
going over.
I just picture this tiny old lady just bent over from the giant eagle. Palar! As she flies by.
Exactly.
Oh, Lord.
Well, not
Just
like that.
braids
With the
flying
carving,
behind
like,
her.
She's on
yeah,
the
not like
cart
that with the carving killed by elks
and a
with the
bear.
short person with the lance on there and a being with a bear trotting alongside of it.
And a dead
One of
minotaur in the
those-
back.
One of those elks also being a celestial golden elk.
Yep.
These people need therapy.
No one's
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
believe him.
That's why they need therapy.
If they weren't
You,
religious people, they are now.
Yeah, apparently. You
Can I
have
persuade them to believe this?
plans for the rest of your travel day, or basically just
So the last half hour of the spell, we're gonna try and get distance. After that, I'm not gonna resummon them, and we'll maintain the rest on foot for the rest of the day, making our way. I'm guessing down the trail towards the
right?
cave. Yeah,
The edge, yeah.
You pass the intersection,
of Phandalin.
right? That's it. Actually, like shortly after your animals are dismissed, so you continue on down the road with no further incident, and you know that you can't make it to your spot until probably the following day, unless you want to press on for several hours in the dark. So,
If
yeah,
you
the
all
question
would
is,
like to rest within the cart, Bartholomew does not need rest, and I believe we could at least take it in turns to ride, if so need be.
Well, it's not a big cart.
I mean, especially not with the Minotaur in it.
Right. Not with a dead Minotaur in it.
We could use him as a furry seat, right?
A free pillow and blanket, yeah.
yeah.
Just looks
Yeah.
over. He does have fur, so technically, yes.
Specifically say that we couldn't when we talked to him.
It's true. I mean, we could
Here,
try
this
and
is
get. Assuming, let's say, 2 people per watch, we could try and get 4 people in that cart. If you're trying to sleep on the road.
Okay.
I'm just imagining getting tucked in with like a rigid Minotaur as a blanket.
I mean, if someone would like to sleep on the back of Bartholomew, he's more than adequate of being sleeping bag for the time being.
I was assuming one of the watch people would ride him.
Oh, you know what? What is the smallest creature that I have come to see at this point that I could change into?
A worm.
I can't change into a worm.
You said
Giant worm,
smallest.
Then your shifter.
Yeah, it has to have the
Mhm.
same limb arrangement as me.
Oh,
I mean, I
okay.
guess I've probably seen like a child at some point, so
Yeah.
I could be a child sized.
Couldn't
I
you
mean,
just hold your
halfling.
arms? You could just hold your arms by your side, couldn't you? And be a worm.
Stop.
Armed
Sometimes
worm.
I like to lay in the back of the cart and pretend I'm a worm.
Excellent.
Then we can-
Right. So, but aside from that, no obvious plans.
Mother will keep going until she starts to get tired, and then I'll notify the others, and we can make camp as far as we can go.
Okay.
Camping on Cast Goodberry again.
Suppose
Yeah.
at camp time I'll re-roll the bones. Same question as the day before.
Ooh, yeah, good call.
Your campsite.
Yeah.
So the question is, how far can I go until Mother feels like she's about to pass out?
This doesn't
I'm already
happen very
right
much,
there.
but bones actually land in exactly the same configuration as the previous day.
I'll repeat the previous day's warnings then.
Right. What was Mother trying to do?
Just keep riding, essentially, until she got tired.
To the borderline of exhaustion before calling it.
I
Okay.
am fairly certain that there's some sort of spell being cast upon us.
Well, if that is the case, the further we are from them, the better, so we can make a little bit of distance. Unless anyone else here is able to ride a cart.
I would point out that you managed to hit a hole in the road in broad daylight. So
My eyesight is not the best, dear. I'm much
Right,
suited
right.
to nocturnals.
I'm just saying it's only going to be tougher at night.
Mhm.
But so you want to keep going after dark? Is that what you're saying?
I think that we shouldn't. But that's me.
I would tend to agree. There's no one else who can drive the cart except for Mother.
Yeah, I have no idea how to drive.
I mean, those reins look pretty Greek to me.
If you prefer safety over distance, then I have no issue in laying camp here.
Alright. I'd say we get the cart maybe 20 feet from the road, and then we get our camp maybe 50 feet from that.
Sure.
And
Sounds
if we
good.
try and decoy campfire this time, we could.
Sounds good.
But I would say don't even try and make the cart that obvious. Like a cart is obvious. No need to make it illuminated.
All right. So, the night actually once again passes uneventfully. It is a little bit muggy, which does strike you as being strange at this time of year.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Bit of winter.
noticing that. I would like to Druidcraft to notice to figure out the weather for the next 24 hours in the area, because that's odd.
So yeah, you think it's actually gonna stay like that until evening, and then there is a pretty big storm that will transpire. mm, Well, in the evening tomorrow night.
Could I
Rainstorm.
could I do a super stretch and use nature to see if I can figure out what direction it's coming from?
Yeah, you can.
14, not terrible.
Seems to be moving in from mountains from the west.
All right, I'll let everyone, especially Ralston, know about that. This weather's weird. All right, cool.
So, are we going to repeat yesterday's events?
The point was to not have tracks on the road, but that seemed to not matter. So I would prefer not, if possible.
Well, do we have a way to transport the body and maybe leave the cart behind if that's the idea? I mean, some sort of harness perhaps for the owls or
They could carry him in their talons. That wouldn't be an issue. The issue would be the cart.
he's a rather large minotaur.
He is a
Yes, and
rather large minotaur.
Drazer is a rather large creature as well. They have handled him no issues. If
Very well.
we are fine leaving the cart behind, we can. I have no use for it.
All right.
Well, as long as we can remember where it is, if we so desire to return to it.
Ralston, would you be able to landmark something to find this again?
Presumably. Well, he probably would have to make a roll, but
He's still
That's-
asleep. It's okay.
he hasn't been there. I mean,
Yeah.
he has been. Wouldn't
Yeah.
be particularly difficult. Yeah.
Okay.
He's still asleep. All right. So the following day, I guess you will set off without the cart.
So the only
with-
thing I have to bring up is if we leave the cart after the spell ends, how are we carrying Minigard?
So to support him with, was that to take
Ranger probably
turns
could.
carrying him? Yeah, Drazer's pretty big too. You could probably carry him by himself.
I also do have one of my mounts available. If
Okay.
you so
Yeah,
desire.
there we go.
Well, if
Sounds like we got it covered.
I wasn't going to assume that you were going to use your mount for it. So if you offer it, that would be wonderful.
Well, I wouldn't exactly suggest Horatio. He'd be a rather small fellow in comparison. Maybe Laurie might be the more preferred.
Just out of curiosity, can I use if we get into a fight, can I use Minigard to stab somebody with his horns?
Probably not.
No, if you can see, his horns are filed down.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Never mind then.
He doesn't have pointed horns.
All right, so
Which is-
yeah, I'm gonna conjure animals again. This time, all 8 giant owls. I'm gonna extend spell again, so we get 2 hours. If needed, 2 owls can carry Minigard
Okay. Without the cart.
without the cart, and hopefully, and we'll try and get Ralston to remember where the cart's left.
I can remember.
All right.
Welcome back.
Hello.
So you fly off, and yeah, given the fact that you're up in the air and that several of you have been here before, you don't really have much trouble looking for a place that you're seeking. When you do get close, you do notice that there seems to be a figure standing atop the outcropping underneath which the entrance into the cave is. And you also see from up above that there are a couple of other people who seem to be trying to hide behind the rocks. The guy on the outcropping, as you approach, appears to wave at you. And as you get close,
Do they have several tails?
no, they do not have several tails,
right.
but they do look familiar. They look like
Cohen?
a certain person who hired you to move some nails some time ago.
No way.
Son of a bitch.
Fireball. Oh, I'm a druid. Sorry.
Yeah,
Let's
I
see
think
what he wants.
that's where we're gonna call
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. Okay.
Aw, so okay. They
No.
wanted to find out what the hell this is about.
Nope, screw it. I still fireball. I don't care.
Question is, who fireballs whom first?
It's okay. I'm sure this will work against him. Never mind. There it is.
Yep. Okay, there's no tails.
you
That's
go.
all that matters.
Well, yeah. I guess maybe somebody who's hiding behind the
No,
outcropping.
don't even.
They
Actually,
team
you
up
know what?
together,
You know
wouldn't
what? Forget it. Bring them. Let's kill them. That's fine. Bring them in.
they would team up.
The guy on the outcropping might not be affected, but you sure will.
Yeah, right. The shady dealer and Solace, they would team up.
I happen to mention
Exactly,
they have
yeah.
398 tails.
Is that local
Right.
lore of the Kitsune? Yeah.
Definitely.
All right. Oh, thanks.
There's a yawning maw. Like a portal to the Feywild behind them.
Of course.
But yeah, we'll have to resolve that later. I gotta head off. Thanks for playing.
Thanks for the session.
Thank you for the session.
Thanks for the session, man. It's always fun.
Care.
See ya.
See you
I'll
guys
see
in
you
2
next
weeks.
week.
See ya.
Yeah. We will pick her up next week.
Pick it up. Hopefully next week. Might get Vannon back.
Oh yeah, I did. I figured out.
You figured out the answer to that question, the offer?
Oh, let me end the stream and yeah, 1 second. Well, thanks everybody.
Keep it
That
for
is
next
it.
session, because technically it's going to be the answer for everybody.
Okay.
We will be back with this in 2 weeks. Next week is going to be like they were just talking about. It's going to be Rob's game that is Estrena, the wasteland, the desert, the frontier. Hopefully you all enjoyed this one. All right, this is starting to get fun. I'm having a lot of fun doing my druid stuff. Meta Magic Adept was the best thing I ever picked up. We'll be back on tomorrow with Resident Evil 4. More. We might be finishing the game tomorrow. We'll see. Yeah, until next time. If no one told you yet, we love you all. And please stay safe out there. Peace out, chat. Bye. Bye.